blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
Might you have a moment to speak further?
At last we have come to the land you call the New World. My home. Kurao.
Warriors of Light, please welcome to the stage the producer and director of Final Fantasy XIV, Naoki Yoshida.
Welcome to the Final Fantasy XIV Fan Festival 2023 in Las Vegas! Thank you for coming today. My name is Naoki Yoshida, producer and director Final Fantasy XIV. さあ、じゃあ早速ケイトさん呼びましょう。ケイトさん。
Hello, everybody. I'm Kate Swinar, English localization lead of Final Fantasy XIV, and I'm here to tell you what Yoshi P is saying.
本当に久しぶりのこうやってね、皆さんと一緒にやれるファンフェスティバル帰ってきました。とにかく嬉しいです。
It's been a really long time since we've been able to see all of you in person, and I'm so happy to be here with everyone.
さっきトレーラー見ていただいたんで、ここからいよいよ基調講演始めていこうと思うんですが、その前に一つ。
So now that you've seen the trailer, I'd like to get started on the keynote. Except before that, we do have one thing we need to take care of.
最近ですね、我々スクエアエニックスの社長 CEO が交代しました。
You see, recently Square Enix had a change of CEO.
その CEO、なんと皆さんと同じ光の戦士です。
And that new CEO is also a warrior of light, just like you.
ぜひですね、 皆さんに向かってご挨拶をしたいということなので、呼んでみようと思います。
We'd really like to have him say hi to you all, so we're going to call him out.
スクエアエニックス CEO 高橋桐生。じゃあセンターでちょっと光の戦士の皆さんに、ね、配信を見てる方もたくさんいると思うので、ぜひご挨拶していただこうと思います。
So if you could stand in the middle right here, so that everyone on the stream can see you as well, and please give us a few words for our Warriors of Light.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to meet all of you, Warriors of Light, here in Vegas. So, what do you think of a new trailer? Did you like it? I wanted to feel exactly what you are feeling right now. So, believe it or not, I decided to hold back and not see it for myself until today's FanFest.
I'm going to interpret Kiryu-san's message in Japanese for those watching the stream in Japanese. 今回のトレーラーをこの場で体感したかったので、今日この場で見るまで、トレーラーを見るのを我慢していました。
In fact, as part of my daily routine lately, I've been watching the older trailers whenever I needed a boost of energy.
なので日々のルーティンの中で自分の気持ちを上げたいときに、14の過去のトレーラーを見てテンションを上げていました。
But that boost is nothing compared to the excitement of experiencing the newest one here in Vegas with all of you, Warriors of Light!
ですがそのテンションはもうここにいる皆さんと一緒に体感するのに比べたらもう本当に比べ物にならないです。ありがとうございます。
To get a glimpse of this new side of Final Fantasy XIV, to imagine all the new world that await us in these new lands, the anticipation is almost too much for me to handle.
この14の世界のこれから体験する冒険を想像してみるだけで、気持ちが抑えられません。
And I don't think I'm the only one who feels that way. Are you excited too?
皆さんも同じ気分ですよね。
I hope you have a wonderful time at today's FanFest. But never forget that even after it ends, we are still connected through the world of Final Fantasy XIV.
皆さんがファンフェスを楽しんでくださることを願っています。ですが、ファンフェスが終わっても私たちは14という世界でつながっています。そのことをぜひ忘れないでください。
And as that world continues to grow and expand. So I hope we continue to pray and enjoy it together. Thank you!
ぜひ一緒に、この発展していく14を続けて遊んでいきましょう。
Thank you 桐生さん、ありがとうございました。じゃあまた後ほど。
See you again later.
聞きました。まだまだしばらくファイナルファンタジー14続けていいみたいなんで。
He seems to think it's cool if we keep continuing Final Fantasy XIV.
僕の命が尽きるまで、いや尽きたとしても、ファイナルファンタジー14続けていきたいと思います。どうぞよろしくお願いします。
And I do intend to continue until I die, or perhaps even afterwards. So please stay with us.
ちょっと基調講演に先立ってですね、皆さんにお礼を言わせてください。
And also, before I start the keynote, just let me give you a quick thank you.
改めてですね、旧ファイナルファンタジー14から、そして新生14、行月のフィナーレまで、本当に皆さん、長い長い旅路を我々と一緒に歩んでくださって本当にありがとうございます。
Thank you so much for taking this long, long journey with us from Final Fantasy 1.0 through ARR and then all the way to Endwalker. I'm so glad you did.
このようやく帰ってこれた物理開催のファンフェスティバルで拡張パッケージ黄金のレガシードーントレイルを皆さんに発表できて本当にほっとしています。
It's such a relief, frankly, to finally be able to share Dawn Trail with you guys in this live venue with all of us together.
本当にありがとうございます。
Thank you so much.
では、ファンフェスティバルの開幕、僕の基調講演からいよいよスタートしていこうと思います。どうぞよろしくお願いします。
And with that, we will finally begin FanFest with my keynote.
では先ほどお話ししました、発表したドーントレイルですが、天野先生書き下ろしの新たなロゴ、テーマカラーはゴールドになってます。
So as you saw in the trailer, we have this wonderful new logo designed by Yoshitaka Amano. And our theme color this time, as in the Japanese title of Gilded Legacy, our theme color is gold.
そしてですね、発売予定は2024年、来年の夏、お届けしたいと思います。
And as for that release date, this will be coming in summer of 2024.
まあ、夏のできるだけ早い時期に出したいなとは思うんですけど、まあ夏ちょっとね、広めに覚えておいてもらえると助かります。
Truly, I really want to get this out as early in summer as possible, but please, for now, just remember summer generally, just in case.
では、簡単にですね、今お話しできるストーリーについて軽く触れていきたいと思います。
So now, to the degree that I can, I'll tell you a little bit about the story.
今回皆さん光の戦士にお届けするのは英雄への最高の夏休みと冒険です。
So what we want to bring to all of you warriors of light is the very best summer vacation a hero could possibly have.
まあちょっとね、エンドウォーカーからのこう落差が激しいんで。
I realize this is like a sudden change from the feeling of Endwalker.
ほら、皆さんね、惑星ハイデリンだけじゃなくて、ね、宇宙まで救ってくれたわけじゃないですか。だから皆さんにそろそろ休暇をお渡ししたいなと思ってます。
But I mean, you did save not only all of Heidelin, but kind of the whole universe, so we thought maybe we'd give you just a little break.
その新たなる冒険、そしてそのバカンスの目的地は新大陸と呼ばれているトラル大陸になります。
So the site of this vacation and a brand new adventure will be what you know as the New World, what we know as Tural.
光の戦士である皆さんはとある人物の来訪を受けます。
You warriors of light will be receiving a very special guest.
そしてそこで依頼されるのは新たなその新大陸の王を決める継承の儀というものへの助力です。
And that person will request your help in Tural's right of succession.
そのレースの目的が幻の黄金鏡というものが絡んでいると聞いた冒険者は一路この新大陸を目指すことになります。
Of course, as an adventurer, when you hear that this contest will somehow involve the legendary City of Gold, you will make your way to Tural.
あ、ごめん。
Yeah.
おなじみのメンバー、もちろん勢ぞろいするんですが、
Of course, all of the team members you know and love will be there.
今回そこで繰り広げられるのはなんと暁を二分してのそれぞれの王位継承レースになります。
Except, you might find that this contest divides the scions into two opposing groups.
さあ誰が味方で誰がライバルチームになるのかぜひ楽しみにお待ちください。
Please look forward to finding out who will be your allies and who will be your rivals.
さあちょっと聞いてみようかな。誰が仲間がいいですか？
Who's the smartest?
あ、ヤシトラが仲間がいい。どうかな。
Yastola?
そういえばグラハタコス食べてたの。
Yeah, Graha was eating a taco, wasn't he?
では続いてこの 7.0、黄金のレガシーの拡張テーマお話ししていこうと思います。
Let me just touch on the theme of Dawn Trail a bit.
7.0 拡張のテーマはですね、ファイナルファンタジー14全体も含めた新たな冒険、その始まりになります。
So this is the beginning of a new journey for Final Fantasy XIV as a whole, and that is our theme, will be the journey of discovery that you will be on.
これまで Q14 から続いてきた行月のフィナーレまで描いたハイデリン・ゾディアーク編が完結しました。
As you know, the arc that we've been on from 1.0 through Endwalker about Hydaelyn and Zodiac has concluded.
その歩みから続く新しい新章のスタートだと思っていただいて構いません。
So you can think of this as our first step into a new story for Final Fantasy XIV.
もちろん今回 7.0 だけでもストーリーもしっかり RPG1 本分の濃厚な体験をお届けしていきます。
Of course, just within 7.0 itself, we do plan to give you a story and experience worthy of a full RPG package title.
そのきっかけとなるさっきご紹介したその王位継承レースとは一体何なのか、どんなレースなのか。
So the impetus for this new story, this contest for the throne, what will that entail exactly?
そして新大陸トラルとはどんなエリア、どんな冒険が待っているのか。
And what sort of places and adventures are waiting in Tural?
そして黄金鏡、謎のキーワードですね。一体どんなものなのか。
And of course, we have these mysterious references to the City of Gold. What is it really?
もちろんこれまで同様に皆さんに驚いてもらえる仕掛けもたくさんご用意してますので、ぜひご期待ください。
Of course, as we always do, we have a bunch of surprises prepared for you, so feel free to keep your expectations high.
長い間ですね、光の戦士をやってくださってる皆さんがファイナルファンタジー14チームが単なる夏休みをプレゼントするとは思ってないと思うんですよね。
Of course, our longtime warriors of light wouldn't believe us if we said that the development team was just going to give you a summer vacation, right?
もちろんどんな冒険になるのかぜひ楽しみにお待ちください。
So please look forward to finding out what this adventure has in store for you.
さあでは続いて新大陸トラルをちょっと見ていこうかと思います。
All right, so moving on, I'd like to talk a little bit about the New World, also known as Tural.
ここから新たな冒険の舞台となるそのトラルについて今お話しできる情報を、ここからしばらくまとめてお話ししていきます。
So for now, I've put together the information that I can share about this site of our upcoming adventure.
まずこれまで見てきたエオルゼアゼンズが更新されています。
So here is the map that we are used to, centered around Eorzea, and it has been updated.
これまで皆さんの冒険の舞台だったのはエオルゼアのあるアルデナード小大陸。
Of course, the site of our adventures thus far have included Aldenard, which has Eorzea,
そしてガレマール帝国があったイルサバード大陸、
and where Garlemald is located, Ilsabard.
そして東方東の国やドマがあるオサード小大陸を含めた三大州まででした。
And of course, the far eastern Othard with Higashi and Doma, the three great continents thus far.
今回皆さんには西へ行っていただきます。
This time, however, we will be taking you far west.
今回ドーントレイルの冒険により活動地域は海を越えた西方に広がっていきます。
This new area that we'll be exploring in Dawn Trail will be across the western seas.
というわけで皆さんが活躍すればするほど世界地図が更新されていくのがファイナルファンタジー14でございます。
Of course, the more we develop, the bigger the map gets. So let's go.
ではここまで全体像を触れてきたのでいよいよ中身を見ていこうと思います。
All right, so that was a general outline. So let's look a little more closely about the details.
今回の基調講演ちょっとまだね、開発、中期初期ぐらいの間ぐらいなので動画は出ないんですがアートとかスクリーンショットなどでさまざまなポイントをご紹介していこうと思います。
Because we are still in the middle of development, we don't have videos for you today, but I will show you some concept art and screenshots to go along with my talk.
では冒険の舞台に関わるところから始めていきます。
Okay, let's start with some places we'll see on our adventure.
皆さんにプレイヤータウンご紹介しようと思います。
Okay, first, our new major hub city.
これまでイシュガルド、クガネ、クリスタリウム、オールドシャーレアンと増えてきました。このドーントレイルでどうなるか。
All right, so in our expansions thus far, we've increased these major cities. We started with Ishgard, we went to Kugane, the Crystarium, and Old Sharlayan. So where are we going this time?
こちらトラル大陸ヨカトラルと呼ばれる地域にあるトライオラというのが新たなプレイヤータウンとなります。
So our new major city is located in an area of Tural called Yok Tural, and it is called Tuliolal.
こちらそのアートワークなんですが天野先生のねロゴでもこの姿描かれてますね。
As you can see in this artwork, this is the silhouette that you've seen in Amano's logo for us.
これまでのタウン以上に異文化多民族という特徴があります。
This, more than the cities that you're used to, has an emphasis on diversity.
ではアートワークとスクリーンショットを使って街の様子少し見ていきましょう。
So let's take a look at some screenshots of what the town actually looks like.
これまでのタウンに比べると近代的というよりは自然との調和それを重んじる多民族のイメージが強いです。
Okay, so unlike some other places we've been to, this place is not very industrialized because it is inhabited by myriad peoples who prioritize living with nature.
相当の2つの頭があるマムージャであるグルージャジャという非常に強く聡明な王によって統治されています。
It is currently ruled by a two-headed Mamulja named Gulul Jaja, who is known for being both strong and wise.
今回ですね 7.0 かなり新しいキャラクターどんどん登場してきます。鍵を握る一人なのでぜひ覚えておいてください。
So this is just one of them, but we will be introducing many characters in 7.0.
彼が座るこの玉座この玉座に次に誰が座ることになるかというのを決めるのが王位継承レースということになります。
So the contest we've been talking about is actually the contest for the throne upon which he currently sits and deciding who will succeed him.
さてもちろんプレイヤータウン実はここだけじゃないです。非常に美しく一風変わった都市っていうのもあるんですがちょっとネタバレが強すぎるので今回はまだシークレットにさせてください。
Of course, this is not the only major city that you will visit. There's others, and we will have some very beautiful and quite unique vistas to show you in the future, but that would be spoilers, so not now.
じゃあスクリーンショットいきましょう。
All right, to the screenshots.
こちらトライアラの港になってます。グラフィックスアップデートの効果もあってですね、かなりオブジェクト数も、増加できて、影の濃淡というのもうまく出せてるんじゃないかなと思います。
So this is Tuliolo's harbor, and as you can see, there's been some positive effects from the new graphics update, including more objects placed around than you would usually have, and a lot better shadows.
もう一枚いきましょう。
Here's another.
日中の港から少し奥へ進んだあたりですね、マーケットが立ち並んでます。
So this is a little bit further into town from the harbor, and this is the marketplace.
どんな商品がね取引されているのか、どんな民族が往来しているのか、ちょっと気になりますね。
All right, so what sort of people come here, and what do they trade for? I bet you want to know.
そして3枚目、こちら最後は夜のトライオラになってます。
And our third screenshot, this is a picture of Tuliolo at night.
まあかなり自然が多くてですね、異国へ来た感じというのを強く、強調してます。
As you can see, there's a lot of interesting nature, and the overall vibe is definitely different from any of the countries we've visited before.
まあ光の戦士たちの夏休みというのがテーマなので、このトラル大陸泳げるところもたくさんありますので、街の中はねちょっと泳げないですけど、水着をぜひお忘れなく、新大陸へ向かってください。
It's quite suitable for summer vacation, as we've said, and though you cannot swim in the city itself, there are loads of places in Tyrol that you can swim, so maybe bring your bathing suit.
まあちょっと月がね綺麗に浮かんでるんですけど、あの月ちょっとねまだ位置を調整してるんで、実際のタイミングであの場所に浮いてるかどうかまだ分かんないです。
The moon is looking really great in this screenshot, but I do have to mention that we haven't actually decided where the buildings are going to be replaced in respect to the moon yet, so it might look kind of different from this at the end.
じゃあ続いて、タウンの紹介したので新しいフィールド行きましょう。
Okay, so let's move on to some field areas.
ここからはですね、この新しい冒険の舞台となる新大陸トラル、そのフィールドを見ていこうと思います。
And these are, of course, located all in the New World, Tyrol.
こちらもアートワークとスクリーンショットでご紹介していきます。
Again, we will just be using artwork and screenshots to show you what we have.
まずはこちら、ヨカトラル地方のオルコパチャと呼ばれる、地域をご紹介します。
All right, so this is also located in Yok Tyrol, and it is called Urkopacha.
このヨカトラルの山岳地帯、これがオルコパチャになります。
So this is a very mountainous region of Yok Tyrol.
ヨカトラルの中でも最も小柄な民族と、最も大柄な、民の集落が、点在しています。
And in these mountains are settlements belonging to Tyrol's both largest and smallest races.
かつてこの土地、巨人種族が支配する国の中心地であったんですが、今はその遺跡が残るのみになってしまっています。
So this whole area was once the center of an empire ruled by the gigantic race, but of course that empire now only exists in the form of ruins.
かなりね自然があふれていて、そこに住まう人たちとうまくね融合しているイメージになってます。
There's also plenty of nature that everyone is taking advantage of and living harmoniously with.
ではスクリーンショットいきましょう。
Screenshots.
こちらオルコパチャのとある集落です。
So this is a settlement in Urkopacha.
円形に山々が見えるんですが、この辺りの空気感の表現というのも今回かなり工夫してます。
You may notice that the atmosphere, that you can sort of see some stuff in the air around the mountains. We worked pretty hard to make that look good.
それから影の入り方とかね、その陰影にもぜひ注目してもらえると嬉しいです。
And if you could also turn your attention to the shadows and how well those are looking these days.
続いて同じ集落の正面図からの、スクリーンショットです。やっぱりねちょっと異文化の雰囲気よく出てますね。
So this is the same settlement from above, and you can definitely tell that it is home to a unique culture.
特にこの辺りの植物左下の辺りは、今回のねグラフィックスアップデートで今までこういう植物作れなかったんで、いろいろね、世界観を広げるための工夫ができるようになりました。
And just really adding to the ambiance, we have these plants in the corner. We weren't able to make this kind of plants with the old graphics, so we're pretty excited to be able to add these features.
グラフィックスアップデートは後でお知らせしますね。
I will tell you more about the graphics update later.
そして3枚目、こちら雰囲気、それから質感にもぜひご注目ください。
Yes, so here's a third screenshot of the same place, and as you can see there's like a generally nice vibe here, and please take note of the quality of the textures.
テクスチャーにね解像度も上がりましたね。
Look at those buildings. Look at them. Look at them.
いやー、今はね日本もそれからラスベガスもめちゃくちゃ暑いので、この高地のちょっと涼しい感じ羨ましいです。
Yeah, so both Japan and Las Vegas are super hot at the moment, so I'm really jealous of whoever lives here because it looks nice and cool.
暑いな。
Oh my god, I'm so hot.
じゃあもうちょっと奥見ていきましょう。
All right, let's go a little further into the continent.
今回こちらヤクテル樹海という場所ですが、14ねいろんな森を描いてきましたが、今回もかなり独創的です。
Okay, so this is an area called Yaktael, and you know we have a lot of forests in game, but this is a very unique one.
このさっきご紹介したトライオラから気球に乗ってこのエリアへ到達することになります。
So from Tuliolal, where we were earlier, you can take a dirigible over here to Yaktael.
ここはですね高レベル帯と低レベル帯2つのエリアに分かれています。
It's actually divided into a high level area and a low level area.
上層と下層でかなり雰囲気が異なりますので、ちょっとね期待しておいていただきたいです。
And between those areas, there's definitely a very different vibe for each. So look forward to finding out what that looks like.
あとは今テキストにもありますが、こちら天然の井戸とかセノーテと呼ばれる、泉なども非常に特徴的になってます。
And you can see, as we've written on the slide, but one of the primary characteristics of this place is it has underground wells and springs and cenotes.
ではスクリーンショット見ていきましょう。
Let's take a look at some screenshots.
こちらも夕暮れ、もうね本当ねもう嬉しくてみんな自然ばっかり作ってる。
Right, so this is at sunset, and look, we were all so happy about the plants that we took so many nature screenshots.
ありがとうございます。なかなかねこの森の密度っていうのもこれまで出せなかったので楽しみにしていてください。
We've never been able to create such like a dense foliage in a forest before, so we're really excited for that.
こちらですね今回食文化というものをかなり作り込んできてます。
So yeah, we've done a lot to put all of those different varieties in there.
こちらは上空から見たさっきのね集落エリアの雰囲気です。
And this is that same settlement we just saw, but from the sky.
円形は深い霧に覆われていたり、昼と夜ね気候によって雰囲気が違って見えるはずです。
As you can see, we've got some fog, and the scenery changes quite a bit between day and nighttime.
ではここで、このトラル大陸に住まう新たな部族についてちょっと紹介させてください。
Okay, so now let's talk about one of the peoples that lives in Tural.
これまでね皆さんたくさんの部族に出会ってきたかと思います。
We sure have met many tribes so far.
本当なんでナマゾウが一番真ん中にいるのか。
Why does the Namazu get to be in front?
もちろんドントレイルでも新たな部族との出会いたくさんあります。その一つを、今回ご紹介します。
So of course you will meet many, many people in Dawn Trail, but we'll just talk about one of them today.
こちら名前をペルペル族と言います。 FF シリーズに詳しい方はあれって思ったかもしれません。
So these are the Pelu Pelu. If you're familiar with older Final Fantasy titles, they may be familiar to you.
ではちょっとだけ特徴をご紹介しましょう。
All right, so let me tell you about a few of their distinct characteristics.
オルコパチャに住まう、小柄な民族になってます。
So these are the diminutive people that we mentioned who live in Urkopacha.
で非常にねこの特徴的な仮面というのも、一つ大きな、特徴ですね。
They also wear these very unique masks.
そして非常に商売が得意なので、プレイヤーの皆さんねもしかしたらいろんなものを売りつけようとされるかもしれません。
They're also extremely skilled at trade, so they will probably try to sell you something.
そしてさまざまなごめんなさい戻しちゃったごめんなさい戻しちゃった戻しちゃったもう一個はい
One more? Yes, good.
さまざまな飲み物を、作る部族です。
Yes, and they're well known for their beverage making.
どんな活躍をしてくれるのか、そしてメインストーリー絡んでくるのか、楽しみに想像してみてください。
Yeah, so for now you'll have to just imagine for yourself what kind of role they might play in the main story and our adventure overall.
というわけで簡単ではありますが、冒険の舞台であるトラル大陸、その一部ご紹介しました。
Okay, so though that was very brief, that is a short introduction to Tural.
明かせないね秘密もまだまだたくさんあるんですが、すいません、フィールドなどの紹介は今回ここまでとさせてください。
Okay, so of course we still have many secrets that we have not yet shared, so please wait for future announcements of more areas and such.
では続いて 7.0 全体の概要についてお伝えしていきたいと思います。
Okay, now I would like to give an overview of all of our 7.0 content.
全体像をね最初のファンフェスなどでお伝えするということで各項目どんどん進めていきたいと思います。
All right, we've got a lot to show because we always go over all of it, so let's just zoom on through here.
まず最初レベルキャップの開放です。
Of course, your level cap increase.
ついにレベルが3桁になりました。
We've reached the triple digits.
いやでもこれもやっぱり長くね続けてこれないとここまで来ないので本当に皆さんのおかげです。ありがとうございます。
Of course, if we hadn't been making the game for so long, we never would have gotten this far. So thanks to all of you.
もちろんですねすべてのジョブに新しいアクション追加させていただきます。
Of course, we will also be adding new skills for all jobs.
もちろんクラフターもギャザラーもレベル100になります。
And of course, Crafter and Gatherer will also increase their level cap to 100.
さあレベルキャップが上がるということはこちらもあるはず。
Of course, when you increase the level cap, we also need
新たなジョブを追加させていただきます。
We will be adding new jobs.
で今回もですね、2つジョブ足します。
As before, there will again be two.
Two jobs。ちょっと待ってよ。ごめん。今日は何のジョブかはまだ言えません。
Okay, I'm really sorry, but I can't tell you what jobs they are today.
ちょっと聞いてみようかな。
All
何
right,
の
all
ジョ
right,
ブが
let's
いいです
ask.
か？
What jobs do you want?
なんかね、すごい、すごい声が大きくてね、何言ってるかちょっと聞こえないわ。
It's really hard to hear. なんかこの辺になんか
ちょっと待って
ブリッツポールすごく欲しい
こっちにも
人がいる。
聞いてみるか。おうちょっと待ってちょっと待って、今回じゃあね、ロールだけお知らせします。ロールだけ。
Okay, that was very loud. Let me just tell you the roles.
今回実装するのは2つのジョブとも DPS です。
Both jobs will be DPS.
メレー DPS と
One melee DPS,
キャスターを追加します。
ranged magical DPS.
ちょっと暑いから脱いでいいかな。
It's really hot. I gotta take off this overshirt. Let's go.
なんでちょっと待ってちょっと待って、なんでみんなわーってなってんの？
Why are you so excited?
さあどんなジョブがやってくるのか、さまざまな想像を働かせて楽しみにお待ちください。
So while you wait, just try to imagine what kind of jobs we might have in store.
子供の頃よく見てたんですよね。
Hope you can see this. I hope you can see it well.
さあ次行きますよ。
All right, let's move on.
バトルコンテンツに関してです。
This is about our core battle content.
まずこれら基礎バトルコンテンツっていうのは今回も変わりなく実装させていただきます。
Of course, all of our fundamental battle content is still there.
そしてですね、新たなダンジョンというのもこれまで通り同じボリュームでしっかり楽しんでいただけるように準備中です。
Of course, we are preparing as many new dungeons as you've come to expect.
まあちょっとねまだめちゃくちゃ開発中なので今回のファンフェスではねダンジョンのスクリーンショットとか出せないんですけど、まためちゃくちゃいろんなパターンのバリエーション作ってますんで、次のファンフェスではね多分お伝えできるんじゃないかなと思います。
Okay, these are still mega super under development, so we can't show you any screenshots today, but we do have a lot of unique and different dungeons coming, and hopefully we can share them with you at the next FanFest.
ただね、どんな敵と戦うかぐらいはちょっとね教えてほしいんじゃないかなと。
We can tell you a little bit of who you will be fighting, though.
まあ新たな冒険の大陸、そして新たなエリアがあれば新たな強敵との出会いというのもあるかと思います。
Of course, we're going to a new continent. We have new areas, so there's going to be new enemies to face off against.
まあもちろん今回いつも通りノーマルとハードちゃんとどっちもね実装しますので、ぜひ楽しみにしてください。
And of course, as always, we will be preparing normal and hard versions of these encounters.
その一つだけボス1個だけね、何にもないとちょっと何もないのかよってなっちゃうんで、アート一つ持ってきたのでご紹介します。
I would feel bad if I didn't show you anything, so we've brought out one piece of artwork of one of these new bosses.
幻獣バリガルマンダ、
The legendary Valigarmanda.
そしてまあ幻獣とはねちょっと何なのか、期待しててほしいなと。
What sort of legends does this ominous beast play a part in? Well, you'll see.
まあどういった形でね相対するのか、王位継承レースにね関係してくるのか、さてどうなるのでしょう。
I wonder how it will relate to the contest that we're participating in.
では続いてコンテンツサポーターこちらも、確実にアップデートしていきます。
And yes, of course, we will also be bringing updates to duty support.
今回もですねメインクエスト、対象となるダンジョンに関しては必ず対応されています。
Of course, we can promise that there will be duty support for all dungeons involved in the main story.
でそれ以外にもですねこのコンテンツサポーターいろんなアップデートをするんですがちょっとねストーリーに関わるのであんまり詳しく言えないです。
We also have some new plans for places that we can implement duty support and what we can do with it, but it is too related to the story for us to give you details.
ただ、今回、暁の決明とね、いろいろコンテンツサポーターやってきたと思いますが、複数の新しいメンバーというのがコンテンツサポーター登場していきますので、その新しいキャラクターたちとの共闘というのを楽しみにしておいてください。
But I can tell you, so far we've been really focused on the Scions in duty support naturally, but we will be debuting a number of new characters for duty support.
もちろんですね、新しいギアとかレシピというのも大量にクラフターギャザラーさんに向けて、実装させていただきます。
Of course, there will be plenty of new gear and recipes for crafters and gatherers.
今回ね結構新大陸行くので渋めが多いかなとは思います。
I mean, you're going to a whole new continent, so you'll have a lot to do.
そして今回 6.X シリーズでやってきたように、無人島開拓実装してきました。
So as in 6.0, where we implemented Island Sanctuary,
今回パッチ 7.X シリーズではそれに続く新しい大規模生活系コンテンツを、展開していく予定です。
In the 7.x series, we are planning to implement some sort of content in this same vein.
こちらもですね企画は進行してるんですけど、あとねちょっとお見せするにはもうちょっと時間かかるので、次回をちょっとお待ちください。
We are proceeding with our plans here, but we don't have any screenshots yet, so we'll have to wait for next time for those.
そしてもちろんダンジョン以外のコンテンツというのも引き続きやっていきます。
Naturally, we have a lot of content that's outside of our standard dungeons.
特にですね新しく加えたバリアントダンジョンに関しては 7.X シリーズでもどんどん継続していきます。
We will of course continue the variant dungeons that we began implementing in 6.x in 7.x as well.
いろんなタイプのねプレイヤーの皆さんに楽しんでいただけるアライアンスレイドシリーズもいよいよ新シリーズが 7.1 からかな開幕します。
And from 7.1, we will have a new Alliance Raid series for all sorts of players to enjoy.
エオルゼア12神をテーマにした今ミス・オブ・エオルゼア非常に好評いただいてます。
So Myths of the Realm featuring the 12 has been very, very highly appraised.
次のシリーズはよりファイナルファンタジーらしいテーマで皆さんに驚きも含めてお届けの予定となっています。
That being the case, our next Alliance Raid will be even more Final Fantasy-ish.
さてどんなシリーズになるのかあれこれ予想しながらお待ちください。
What will it be? Think about it in the meantime before we reveal it.
そして先日のパッチ 6.4 で完結したパンデモニウムに続いて新たな8人レードというのももちろん、7.0 からスタートしていきます。
And from 7.0, obviously we have finished off Pandemonium, so we will be implementing a new 8-player raid as well.
そしてね最高難度を誇る Z シリーズについても新たなコンテンツをお届けしていきます。
And there will be new Ultimates as well.
そしてもちろん PVP のアップデートというのもどんどん続けていきます。
We will also, of course, be continuing to update PvP.
今回のファンフェスでも各リージョンの最強チームを決めるね大会開催されます。
At this very fan fest, we will be deciding the best team in each region.
クリスタルコンフリクトのアップデートとさらなるね 盛り上げだけじゃなくて、フロントラインやライバルウィングズの調整、そしてフロントラインに新しいマップ、新ルールの追加など継続的にアップデートを続けていきたいと思います。
Of course, we will be bringing new updates to Crystal and Conflict, but we will also be updating Frontline and Rival Wings with new maps for Frontline.
では言っておかないとですね、あれどうなったこれどうなったってなるので、この先 7.0 でもどんどんアップデートしていきますよっていうコンテンツの一覧ちょっとお伝えしていきます。
And of course, I have many other things that I need to just really get out there quickly. So let's go.
まず青魔導士のアップデートも継続してやっていきますし、帰ってきたヒルディブランドも 7.X シリーズさらに活躍してくれそうです。
All right, we will of course continue to update Blue Mage, and Hildebrand will also be back in 7.X doing something.
それからですね、ディープダンジョンに関しても新しい企画が進行してます。でもちろん、他のバトルコンテンツというのも検討していきますので、新しいコンテンツの開発というのもしっかり力を入れていきたいと思います。
So we are currently considering new plans for Deep Dungeons, but at the same time we are also considering brand new battle content plans as well.
ゴールドソーサーアップデートももちろん 7.X シリーズ続けるんですが、そういえば 6.X シリーズゴールドソーサー大きなアップデートないんじゃない？
So of course we're going to update the Gold Saucer in 7.X, but wasn't there some kind of update coming in 6.X as well?
No Blitzball.
No, it's not Blitzball.
ちょっと今日後でお話します。
But I will tell you about it later today.
まあこの基調講演で話すからちょっと待ってね。
Even in this very keynote, I will tell you about it. So just wait just a sec.
さて各種コンテンツアップデート、とにかくいろんなものをこれまで通りたくさんどんどん継続してアップデートしますよってお知らせさせていただいたので、ここからはシステム的なアップデートというのをお伝えしていこうと思います。
Okay, so we've gone over how we will be continuing to update content as we always do at as quick a pace as we can. So now let's look at some more system side updates.
そのシステムのアップデート、
Here's our most major system update.
皆さんが本当に楽しみにしてくださっている第一次グラフィックスアップデートのその途中報告をさせてください。
All right, so I know you're all really looking forward to our first graphical update, so I wanted to give you a bit of info about where we are with that.
ちょっとその前にこのグラフィックスアップデートのコンセプトっていうのをちょっとおさらいさせてください。
But first, let me explain a little bit about our philosophy behind this update.
ファイナルファンタジー14はスタンドアローンのシングルゲームではないので、単純なやっぱりキャラクターとかオブジェクト単体じゃなくて総合的な画面全体というのの美しさをアップグレードしていくっていう方針にしています。
All right, so Final Fantasy XIV is not a standalone title, so we don't feel that it's sufficient to upgrade the looks of the characters or certain objects on their own. We really want to take a unified approach and prioritize the aesthetics of the screen overall.
キャラクター、オブジェクト、それから影については高解像度化することでもう単純に綺麗になります。
Of course, by making improvements to characters, objects, and shadows, everything will just get overall prettier.
シェーダーアップデートをしてですね、金属、こういう金属ですね、マテリアルについては質感が大幅に向上します。
And with shader updates, materials such as metal will look a lot more realistic.
ただし、ファイナルファンタジー14はですね、申請からもう10年、今年10周年にわたって皆さんに本当に長く愛していただいている作品です。
Of course, Final Fantasy XIV is also a game that's been going on for 10 years, and we have a lot of players who know and love the game as it is.
とにかく皆さんが操作するキャラクター、そのイメージを壊さないように大切にしていくべきだっていうふうに考えてます。
So we're really putting a lot of priority on not changing the image you have of your own character in your head. We want to make sure your characters still look the way that you enjoy them now.
ですので皆さんのねキャラクターが大きくイメージ変わってしまうことのないようにしっかり注意を払ってフォトリアルではない方向でしっかりアップデートを今進めています。
So we are really taking care to make sure that you don't see your updated character and think, oh, that's not what I thought it would look like at all.
では進捗についてね僕が口でずっと説明するより動画を見ていただいた方が早いかなと思います。
But it honestly might be better to just show you rather than continuing to talk.
注意点です。
One thing.
これあくまで途中経過の報告なので細部のクオリティはもっと上がると思ってください。
Okay, so please, when you see this, know that this is still under development. So for the final version, you can expect even higher quality.
まずはキャラクターがどう変わっていくのかというところをちょっとご覧いただこうと思います。
All right, first let's take a look at what characters are going to look like.
それではどうぞ。
Play the video.
かなり皆さんのキャラクターのイメージが崩れないように徹底的に注意をしながら、作ってまいりました。
So we really did take care to make sure that we weren't changing your overall impressions of the characters.
キャラクターで目立つのはやっぱりこう髪の毛のテクスチャー解像度の増加による鮮明さとか、あと眼球のリアリティアップ、あと肌の質感の向上みたいなところですかね。
I think the major points there is the improved hair texture, as well as the more realistic eyes, and the beautiful skin that we now have.
ただ皆さんのやっぱりねキャラクターに対するイメージ愛情っていうのをとても大切にしたいと思っているのでとにかく慎重に、作業を進めてます。
But as we proceed, we will continue to bear in mind the vision you already will have had for your own characters.
またさっきね紹介したナイトの6.0 のジョブ装備について今回ねテストケースで対応してるんですが、
So as you saw in the video, as sort of a test, we upgraded some Paladin job gear from 6.0.
とにかくものすごい数のギアが14存在しているので、7.1 以降も順次いろんな装備をアップデートすることになっているので、一気に全部変わるわけじゃないのでそこだけですねぜひご理解いただけると助かります。
But one thing I want you all to bear in mind is the fact that this game has an incredible amount of gear in it. So we won't be able to just dump it all at once in 7.0. We will continue to upgrade more and more gear sets throughout 7.x.
またもう一つなんですけど、
One more thing.
NPC たちもすごい綺麗になるんですけど、
The NPCs as well, they will get a lot prettier.
なんかめちゃめちゃ綺麗になるやつとまだ綺麗にならないやつがこういたりするんで、ちょっとしばらくは許してください。
But this is also affected by the fact that we need to update this on an ongoing basis. So for a little bit of time, we may have a situation where you have like one really shiny, nice person and one sort of, oh, I didn't get updated person.
もうね、なんかね、テレジアデレジとかはね、綺麗にならなくてもいいんですけど、
Can we just leave Telegy at Elegy as he is, like whatever?
でもあいつプレイヤーの皆さんと同じアセットで組まれてるから、あいつはね綺麗になっちゃうんです。
Unfortunately, no, he will get prettier because he uses the same assets as the player characters.
なので 7.0 からの新しいエリアとか新しいキャラクターは全部対応していきます。で 2.0 からの主要 NPC プレイヤーキャラクターを優先してやっていくので、逆に 7.0 と 2.0 の序盤からこうだんだん狭まってくるみたいなイメージでアップデートしていく予定です。
So for the time being, of course, all these graphic updates will be applied to the new areas, new characters in 7.0. And we're also going to go back and apply them to areas and characters from 2.0. And then we'll sort of close in on the middle expansions from there.
でもちろんね、いろんな装備順次対応していきますので、その点だけご承知おきください。
But we will be continuing to update the gear, so please just be patient with us.
次なんですけど、今度はねマップ、もうねスクリーンショット出てますが、マップを見ていきたいと思います。
And I'd like to take a look at the map areas as well, if we can look at the screenshot.
マップはですね、ライティングの違いと、それから今あるこのメタルオブジェクト系の違いというところが、分かっていただけるかと思います。
So from this picture, I think you can see that when you're walking around, generally you'll find like better quality materials such as metals.
こちらも動画用意しますので、早速見ていこうと思います。
But we do have a video for this as well, so let's take a look at that.
よーく見てくださいね。マップに関してはですね、メモリのこれまで制限というのを緩和したことによって、オブジェクトの配置数というのもこれまで以上に格段に増やせるようになりました。
So up until now, we did have memory limitations that were preventing us from putting a lot of objects in these different areas, but we've gotten a bit of an increase there, so we can have more stuff per area.
これらもですね、優先的に新しいエリアから対応させていただきます。
As with the other stuff, we will be adding these upgrades for the 7.0 content first, and then moving on to the rest.
ですので 7.0 のエリアは既存のエリアより格段に、綺麗です。
So then you'll notice that the 7.0 areas are kind of prettier than the previous areas.
ただしその手前の、旧エリアに関しても影とかそれからライティングは自動的に全て変更されることになります。
But in the old areas, things like the shadow improvements and lighting will be automatically applied, so you will still see some improvement there to start with.
オブジェクト数をね増やすのはちょっと作業コスト的に当面手がかけれないとは思うんですが、今まで以上に美しく見えるようになるのは間違いありません。
It will take some time to add those extra objects we're talking about, but in terms of appearance, it still will look better.
では最後、実は開発チームカットシーンセクションとかが一番喜んでいる、植物、自動生成ものの植物についてちょっと見ていきたいと思います。
Okay, so now moving on to the thing that the development team is most excited about, particularly the cutscene team, that is plants and our auto-generated greenery.
こちらもですね動画ご用意してあります。映像の中でね比較が出たりするのでちょっと見比べながらご覧いただければと思います。
So we do have a video again for this, so please take a close look and compare what we have.
どうぞ。もうさっきの動画の最後の方でこの右下ぐらいに草がアップになってたと思うんですが、
So I think you might have seen the grass in the bottom right-hand side of the video.
ね、皆さんもねスクリーンショットこう撮ろうとしたらなんかすごいジャギジャギの草ここにいるみたいに。
And if you have that kind of grass, as you know, when you try to take a screenshot, you're like, oh, that's there.
まあそういうのはなくなるのでスクリーンショットを撮りやすくなるんじゃないかなと思います。
But we won't have that problem anymore, so I think your screenshots will be a lot easier to take from now on.
ただこのアップデート自動的にねこうシステムで、植えるこう草花のアップデートなので、
So this update will actually be automatically applied through the system.
残念ながらブドウのポリゴン数は自動的に増えたりはしないんですけどね。
Except, unfortunately, we can't also automatically increase the poly count that is available in this game.
そこグレープって言ってもらわないと。
Grapes. We must mention the grapes.
そう。オートマチックでグレープのポリゴンは増えないって。
I just need you to know that we cannot give any more polygons to the grapes.
ではこれグラフィックスアップデートって何も画面の美しさだけが上がるわけじゃなくて、このグラフィックスアップデートによってさらに得られるちょっとシステム面のアップグレードをちょっとこの後ご紹介したいと思います。
Okay, but with these graphic updates, it's not just that things are getting prettier. We also have some system-based improvements that are coming because of this.
このグラフィックスアップデートに得られる最初の大きなポイント、染色システムアップデートさせていただきます。
So probably the biggest benefit you're going to see from this graphic updates is an update to the dye system.
これまでも非常に多かった染色箇所を増やしてほしいなっていうフィードバックなんですが、
For a while, we've been getting a ton of feedback from people saying, I really want to be able to dye more parts of my gear.
2箇所まで 2箇所まで染色できるようになります。
So now we have upgraded it so that you will be able to apply 2 dyes per gear piece.
でちょっと一部のハウジングアイテムなどは難しいんですが、できる限り多くの装備アイテムで、染色箇所を2箇所にね増加させていただきます。
We may not be able to apply this to certain housing items, ones that are particularly difficult, but we will try to apply it to as much gear as we possibly can.
こちらについてはですね 7.0 リリースのタイミングで全てのアイテムに対応するのはちょっと難しいんですが、できるだけ多くのアイテムを 7.0 で対応して対応が間に合わなかったものは順次アップデートで、複数染色箇所対応していこうと思いますので、こちら順次もねこれもアップデートされると思っていただけると助かります。
Okay, so as before, we will try to implement as many of these items in 7.0 as we can so they can be upgraded, but we probably will not get to all of them. So if your favorite gear has not been upgraded yet, know that it will be upgraded in 7.x. It's coming.
そして続いてもですね、こちらもご要望多かったものです。
Next, we have another thing that we've gotten a lot of requests for.
メガネを頭装備をつけるとメガネがかけれない、メガネをかけると頭装備が消えるっていうのが、これまでだったんですけど、7.0 から、できるだけ、7.0 間に合わせる予定で今進んでますが、メガネをですね頭装備つけたままメガネつけられるようになります。
Okay, so, until now it was the situation where if I want to wear a helmet, I can't wear eyeglasses. If I want to, and then I put anything on my head and there's no glasses and it's tragic. So we will do our best to make sure this is implemented in 7.0 so that you will be able to wear headgear and glasses at the same time.
皆さんの中でですね、8人レイドとか絶とかよく言ってるよっていう人どれぐらいいます？
How many of you frequently play 8-man raids or ultimates?
結構いますね。
Wow, there's a lot.
メガネを装備するっていうことはやばい、新しいアクセサリー増えるのかしらって思うかもしれません。
So those folks might be thinking, oh no, does that mean I need to have more accessory problems?
今回実装させてもらうメガネはあくまでファッションアイテムっていう扱いにするので、パラメータとかは一切ないですし、アーマリーチェストを使うようなこともないので、ただペーパードールからね装備できるようにはしますので、そこは安心してください。
So for these new glasses, while you will be able to equip them on your character like gear, system-wise they are not treated like gear. They will not take up space in your armory chest, so do not worry.
そしてシステム的なアップデートもう一つ、こちらはですねすいません 7.0 ではないんですが、今 7.x のどっかでアップデートできるように頑張ってる機能です。
Okay, this last one we'll not be able to implement in 7.0, but we are going to plan it for 7.x.
大変お待たせしていますが
Sorry for the long wait.
なんとかですねハウジングにおける、家具の配置数の増加というのを現在作業中でございます。
We are currently working on increasing the furnishing limit.
なんとかね 7.x で、達成できる見込みですので、ぜひですねハウジングやってるよっていう方、
Oh, who uses housing here?
すいません本当にお待たせしました。
I'm really sorry we made you wait this long.
そんな皆さんにですね、ぜひもうちょっと待ってもらえれば、お届けできるようにね今サーバーチーム頑張ってますので、もう少々お待ちください。
All right, but the server team is really trying their best, so please just be patient for a little while longer and you'll have your extra furnishings.
ただですね、グラフィックスアップデートをするとですね、どうしても、それと同時にお伝えしなければならないことがあります。
Unfortunately, because we are doing a graphics update, we do need to tell you some important news that goes along with that.
動作環境変わります。
The system requirements are changing.
大丈夫です、少しで。
It's only a little bit, though.
こうなります。
These are the new specs.
左側が必須動作環境、もう最低でもこれ揃えてくださいです。
On the left is the bare minimum that you need to play the game.
で、我々としては右側をおすすめしたいなっていう感じです。
On the right is what we personally think would be ideal.
で、Mac 版はすいません、まだ検証途中なので、固まったらまたお知らせさせていただきます。
As for the Mac stuff, we're still trying to figure out the details on that, so we will let you know as soon as we can.
PlayStation 4版はそのまま継続サポートさせていただきますので、心配はしなくて大丈夫です。
But you don't need to worry about PS4. We will continue to support that.
ただし、
However,
16も出たんだからそろそろいいんじゃないかなって PS5 買いましょうよ。
yeah, but you know, FF16 is out, so if you were thinking of getting a PS5, now's the time.
ちなみに皆さん大丈夫そうですか PC の環境。
Are you guys going to be okay? Do these requirements look okay?
まあいろんなね他のゲームを PC で楽しむためにもまあ普通これぐらいあっても十分かなと思うので、まあできるだけねあまり超強力な PC じゃないと動かないみたいなことはしないつもりなので、ぜひ来年の夏までに、スペックちょっと足りないなという方は、パーツの、買い替えだったり、PC の買い替え自体を検討していただけると助かります。
So we don't want to force everyone to get like a super high spec PC, but we do think that if you upgrade to this level, it'll also help you in playing other games as well. So those of you who need to, if you could, consider upgrading your system by next summer, that would be fantastic.
システム的なアップデート、ちょっとあと1枚だけ小ネタスクリーンショットがあるので、紹介して終わろうかと思います。
Okay, one more quick system update that we have a screenshot for.
これまあグラフィックスアップデートそのものではないんですけど、ちょっと面白いものを作ってますという報告です。
So this isn't related to the graphics update, but we thought it was cool, so we'll share it.
まだ UI もね全然仮の状態なんですが、皆さんがゲームの中でコンテンツ攻略などを打ち合わせできるようにホワイトボード機能というのを制作中です。
Okay, so this UI is not final, but fundamentally this is an online whiteboard style feature that will allow you to meet up and discuss your plans when you're challenging various duties.
ファイナルファンタジー14で本当に君ら一体何作ってんのみたいな機能たくさんあるんですけど、それらとにかく皆さんがゲームを楽しむための新しい遊び、それをサポートする機能というのもどんどん 7.x シリーズでも作っていきますので、どうぞお楽しみにしててください。
Final Fantasy XIV has a lot of features that might make you think like, well, that's a weird choice to add. But on 7.0, we also do want to focus on those features that you will all find useful. So hopefully you will enjoy what we have in store.
さて、気象講演もちょっとね終わりに近づいてきたんですが、今日お話しできる 7.0 や 7.x シリーズに関する内容はこれくらいです。
Okay, so we're closing in on the end here, and that is all I can share with you about 7.0 for now.
ただしもちろんねこの後パッチ 6.5 とかそれに続くアップデートがあるのでこちら。
But we do have some updates still to come in 6.5.
その 7.0 に至るまでにパッチ 6.X シリーズで今後大きなものいろいろあるのでそれをお知らせさせていただこうと思います。
So there's plenty of interesting stuff to come in the time before 7.0 is released, so I wanted to really quickly go over some of that.
まずはフリートライアルのアップデートをさせていただきます。
First, we are expanding the free trial.
現在のフリートライアル新生オルゼアから蒼天と石ガルドパッチ 4.0 の直前までなんですが
The current free trial goes from A Realm Reborn to the end of Heaven's Word right before 4.0.
パッチ 6.5 リリースと同時にグレンのリベレーターつまりパッチ 5.0 の直前まで拡大させていただきます。
But with 6.5 release, this will be expanded to include all Stormblood up till right before Shadowbringers.
ぜひですね 7.0 の新しい冒険のスタートに備えてたくさんの、14の魅力というのをいろんな人に触れてもらうためにですね今後もフリートライアル拡張を続けていきたいと思ってます。
Since we are starting on this new adventure, we thought it would be a really great time to bring more people, let them see the charms of Final Fantasy XIV, so we will continue to expand from here.
ぜひ皆さんのご友人ご家族でまだ14触れてないぞという方がいたらですねぜひこのフリートライアル、拡大でですねおすすめしていただけると大変嬉しいです。
If you still have friends or family who haven't played 14, if you could just nudge them in this direction, that'd be great. Thank you.
Please さあ次のニュースはちょっと変わってます。
All right, the next news is a little bit different.
動画を先にご覧いただこうと思います。
Let's start with the video.
というわけでフォールガイズとコラボレーションさせていただきます。
So as you may have gleaned from that, we are doing a collaboration with Fall Guys.
まずご覧いただいたのはフォールガイズの世界にファイナルファンタジー14のキャラクターやデザインが登場するようになります。
So what you've just seen is Final Fantasy XIV characters and designs coming to Fall Guys.
フォールガイズにですねウォリアーズ・オブ・ライト・フェイムパスというのが登場します。
And they will be debuting the Warriors of Light Fame Pass.
こちらですね8月22日から10月3日まで、14のキャラクターコスチュームとかエモート、ビクトリーなどが、アイテム入手できるようになるそうです。
Okay, so from August 22nd, you'll be able to get this, and it will have all sorts of costumes and emotes and such.
パッチ 6.5 リリースまでの間ですねぜひこれを機会にフォールガイズもプレイしてみてください。
So, since we have the opportunity, you might want to check out Fall Guys between now and the release of 6.5 if you haven't already.
そして思ったでしょなんだフォールガイズ側に行くのかって。
And of course, are you a little disappointed? Are you thinking, well, what, are we just going to Fall Guys?
でもクロスオーバーですよ。
It's a crossover.
というわけですいませんまだ絶賛開発中なので今みたいな動画ではちょっと出せないんですがスクリーンショット持ってきました。
And So of course it's coming to 14. We are still in development, so we don't have a video of this, but we do have some screenshots.
なんかね、光の戦士たちですけど、ちょっと雰囲気違いますね。
These Warriors of Light are having a bit of a different time than usual.
ファイナルファンタジー14のゴールドソーサーにフォールガイズが疑似体験できるコンテンツを実装します。
So we will be implementing some Fall Guys-esque content into the Gold Saucer.
こちら最大24人で同時プレイ可能となる予定で、現在絶賛開発中です。
So we are planning to make this content playable by up to 24 players at once. So that's currently in development.
せっかくね、凝ったコラボレーションならということで、できる限りの再現にこだわってみました。
I mean, since we had this opportunity, we really tried our best to make the most of it.
フォールガイズチームの皆さんありがとうございます。
And a big thank you to the Fall Guys team as well.
正式なパッチターゲットは調整中ですが、パッチ 6.5X 期間中にゴールドソーサーにてプレイ可能な予定です。
We're not sure the details of exactly what minor patch it's going to be in, but it will come in 6.5X.
ぜひぜひですね、こちらも楽しみにお待ちください。
Please look forward to it.
さて、この 6.5X 中に、アップデートする重要なお知らせなんですけど、この基調講演あと1個大きなお知らせが残ってます。
Okay, we just have one last important announcement about what's coming during 6.5X for the keynote.
その大きな発表の前に超特別なスペシャルゲストをお呼びさせてください。
But before we make that announcement, I would like to bring in a very special guest.
僕の長きにわたる友人でもあり、そしてご自身が熱心なね、ファイナルファンタジー14のファンでもあります。
This is my longtime friend and fellow Final Fantasy XIV fan,
フィル・スペンサー。改めましてマイクロソフトゲーミング CEO のフィル・スペンサーさんです。ぜひ大きな拍手をお願いします。
I am pleased to welcome the CEO of Microsoft Gaming, Mr. Phil Spencer. A round of applause for him.
フィルさん、本当にお忙しい中、ようこそお越しくださいました。
Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to join us here today.
そう、ここにフィルさんに登場していただいたということは、そうです。
And well, the fact that Phil is here means
世界中からご要望いただき、本当に辛抱強くお待ちいただいて本当にありがとうございます。
we have received requests for this from all over the world, so we are really happy to present this today.
ファイナルファンタジー14 Xbox バージョンがついに登場します。
Final Fantasy XIV for Xbox.
これによってですね、ファイナルファンタジー14のコミュニティはより強くさらに拡大していくと思ってます。
Because of this, the 14 community will expand and become even stronger.
ではフィルさん、せっかくなのでぜひ 配信を見てる人たちもたくさんいるので、世界中の光の戦士とファンの皆さんに一言お願いします。
Phil, can I ask you for a few words to all of the Warriors of Light and fans around the world?
Absolutely. Hey everyone, it's great to be here with so many Warriors of Light. Thank you for the very warm welcome.
もちろんです。皆さんこんにちは。たくさんの光の戦士たちと同じ場所にいられて本当に光栄です。温かく迎えてくれてありがとうございます。
The Xbox community is passionate about games, and like so many players around the world, the Final Fantasy series is one that gets lots of love from Team Xbox.
Xbox コミュニティは世界中の多くのプレイヤーと同じようにゲームに対してとても情熱があり、ファイナルファンタジーシリーズはそんなプレイヤーたちにとても愛されています。
And we're very happy to announce the Xbox version of Final Fantasy XIV with my friend Yoshida-san here today.
今日ここで私の友人でもある吉田さんと Xbox 版の14を発表できることを本当に嬉しく思います。
Together with his team, we are bringing the best online experience of this game to Xbox fans everywhere. And through crossplay, you can experience Final Fantasy XIV with old and new players alike.
吉田さんのチームと一緒に私たちは世界中の Xbox ファンに最高のオンライン体験を届けたいと思っています。そしてクラスプラットフォームプレイを通じて新旧のファイナルファンタジー14のプレイヤーの皆さんと一緒に本作を体験してもらいたいです。
フィルさんありがとうございます。 Thank you, Phil で僕からぜひね、皆さんにもお伝えさせていただきたいんですけど、本当にこの Xbox 版のファイナルファンタジー14を開発中、フィルさんと僕は本当に直接コミュニケーションを取る機会がこれまでたくさんありました。
So I wanted to mention that during the extensive development of the Xbox version of Final Fantasy XIV, Phil and I had the opportunity to communicate directly a lot.
この Xbox バージョンの実現に向けてさまざまなサポート、そして最もたくさんの努力を直接していただきました。
We really received so much support from you. And what can you tell our Warriors of Light about your hopes for the finished game?
ぜひですね Xbox その光の戦士たち、楽しみにしてると思うんですけど、完成したゲームの期待値、何かこう伝えたいことってありますか？
Do you have some words for our Warriors of Light here?
Yeah, what I really appreciate about you and your team is you put the player at the center of everything that you do. It couldn't be more clear than watching your presentation today. At Xbox, we share a very similar spirit when it comes to our players.
そうですね。吉田さんと吉田さんのチームについて私が本当に感心しているのは常にプレイヤーを体験やすべてのことの中心に置いていることです。もう今回の基調講演で拝見させていただきましたけれども、本当にそれを感じました。 Xbox でも同じようなスピリットをプレイヤーに対して持っているつもりです。
And we're really inspired by how you have made Final Fantasy XIV with all of you a global success. And we want to bring the Xbox community and your Warriors of Light together in a way that is safe, secure, and engaging, and above all, fun.
なので私たちは皆さんが FF14 を世界的な成功に導いていることに刺激を受けていますし、 Xbox コミュニティと光の戦士たちが皆安心安全に、そして何よりも楽しく遊べるようにしたいと思っています。
And we also see this as a seminal moment in our relationship with you and the Final Fantasy team as we look to partner more closely together in the future.
今日この場で吉田さんとファイナルファンタジーチームとこうやって話せるのは本当に重要な瞬間だと思っていますし、これからより一層連携していることを期待しています。
はい。とてもとにかくね光栄です。本当にありがとうございます。
I'm so honored. Thank you, Phil.
ご存知の通り、僕実はめっちゃ Xbox ファンで、フィルさんもね14の大ファンなんですが。
So you know, I'm a big Xbox fan, and you said you're a big 14 fan.
これまで本当にどうやってこういけば Xbox のファンにファイナルファンタジー14届けられるか、本当にたくさんの意見交換してきました。
We've exchanged so many ideas about how we can make the best 14 available to Xbox fans.
だから僕はもう本当に友人としてでこの本当に XBOX 版を実現するためにどれだけ尽力してもらったかっていうのを一番知ってるのが僕なので、とにかくこのラスベガスのファンフェスにフィルさんに参加してほしかった。
As a friend, and because you've worked so hard to bring the Xbox version to fruition, I really wanted you to take the stage here at Las Vegas Fan Fest.
なので皆さんの前でね一緒に発表できることを本当に嬉しく思ってます。
So I'm really happy to present this in front of you all with everyone here together.
ではせっかくなのでフィルさんと一緒にその XBOX 版少し詳細見てみましょう。
So since we're here, let's take a closer look at the Xbox version with Phil.
まずその詳細なんですが、Xbox シリーズ X そして S 両方のプラットフォームでプレイ可能です。
So as far as the hardware goes, it can be played on Xbox Series XS, so both platforms.
そして高速ロードもちろん対応させていただいてます。
Of course, we can guarantee even higher quality play with faster loading.
さらにシリーズ X では 4K 対応をしてさらに高品質なプレイをお約束します。
Also, the Series X will have 4K support, so even higher quality.
そして気になるリリース時期ですが、
as for the release window, I'm sure you're all wondering.
リリース時期は2024年春になります。
That will be spring of 2024.
拡張パッケージ 7.0 の前、パッチ 6.5X 運営中にオープンベータテストを行います。
And before the release of 7.0, during patch 6.5X, we will be having the open beta.
そのまま安定性を見て正式サービスへと進めていきますので、ぜひご期待ください。
And we will continue to monitor the stability of the system and then proceed to official release.
今日このステージで発表したファイナルファンタジー 14.7.0 ドントレイルを含むフルバージョン Xbox でプレイ可能になります。
So the full version that we've announced on the stage today, including 7.0 Dawn Trail, will be playable on Xbox.
他のプラットフォームと同じように Xbox 版もダウンロード版のみの発売となります。
It will only be available as a downloadable version, just like our other platforms.
オープンベータから製品版に移行すればそのままプレイできますので、ぜひオープンベータから参加してください。
However, because of that, you can go straight from the open beta to playing the full release version, so we do encourage you to join the beta.
フィルさん、改めて壇上でこう発表できて感想いかがですか？
Phil, once again, do you have any further comments you'd like to share?
The entire Xbox team is excited to see how our newest Warriors of Light will use the full capabilities of Xbox Series X and Series S to help save Eorzea. And I'm excited to partner with you, Yoshida-san, and your studios as you bring this incredible franchise to global platforms to enable more players to connect and experience the joy of gaming together.
新たに加わる光の戦士たちがいかに XBOX シリーズ X とシリーズ S の機能をフルに活用してエオルゼアを救っていくのが見るのを楽しみにしています。そして吉田さんとスタジオチームの皆さんと連携し、この素晴らしいフランチャイズをグローバルなプラットフォームで展開することでより多くのプレイヤーとつながり、一緒にゲームの楽しさを体験できるようになることを楽しみにしています。
Thank you, Phil. では最後に、この会場にね、せっかくスクエアニックスの CEO もいるのでちょっと登場してもらおうかと思います。
Well, since our CEO is here, why not just bring him out too?
桐生さん出てきてください。
President Kiryu.
桐生さんが桐生さんからフィルさんとかね、ファンの皆さんに XBOX バージョンの発表についてちょっとコメントをいただけると助かります。
President Kiryu, can you share your thoughts with us about the new Xbox version?
First off, I have to thank you, Phil-san, for working with us to make the Xbox version of Final Fantasy XIV a reality.
Thank you.
And this is a project that wouldn't have been possible without his support. So I'd like everyone to once again give him the biggest round of applause. Thank you. And I'd like to speak Japanese from here because we're speaking both with Yoshi and Philson.
ここからは日本語でお話しさせていただきます。
そしてですね、改めまして、ヨシピーも私も、そしておそらくここにいる多くの非課税の皆さん、そしてですね、配信を見ている皆さん、きっとですね、Xbox という新たなプラットフォームを得てですね、ファイナルファンタジー14、ここにいらっしゃる皆さんの熱気をより多くの仲間と共に世界中で楽しめること、これをみんな楽しみにしていると思います。
I think I can speak for myself, Yoshi, all of our warriors of light here, watching the live stream, when I say how excited I am to see Xbox support added and for us to welcome countless new friends to the world of Final Fantasy XIV.
そしてですね、Xbox ユーザーの皆さん、ファイナルファンタジー14は先ほどもお話ししましたけれども、今後さらに発展していきますので、どうかここにいる皆さんと一緒に楽しんでいただければというふうに思います。
Final Fantasy XIV is only going to get bigger and better, so all the Xbox gamers out there, I urge you to give Final Fantasy XIV a try.
そしてスクエアエニックスの CEO としてもう一つだけ言わせてください。
And one more thing, as CEO of Square Enix,
我々スクエアエニックス、ここにいるヨシピをはじめ開発のメンバー含めて、これからも世界中のファンの皆さんに素晴らしいゲームをお届けしたいというふうに思っています。
we want to continue to deliver fabulous games to fans across the world.
そして Xbox、フィルさんの、ファンである Xbox コミュニティの皆さんにもですね、ぜひ我々のゲームをより多く楽しんでいただきたいというふうに思っています。
And of course, we want to welcome the Xbox community as well.
本日ですね、発表させていただいた、ファイナルファンタジー14の Xbox バージョン版、Xbox 版はですね、2024年の春には皆さんにお届けしたいというふうに思っていますけれども、これを皮切りにですね、世界中の Xbox のプレイヤーの皆さんに当社スクエアエニックスのゲームをできるだけ多くお届けできるように、楽しんでいただけるように CEO としてぜひ頑張っていきたいというふうに思っています。
And starting with today's announcement of Final Fantasy XIV coming in spring 2024, and wherever possible, we're planning to bring our games to Xbox for players around the world to enjoy.
今後ですね、Xbox とスクエアエニックスがパートナーシップをしっかり組みながらですね、世界中のより多くのお客様を楽しませるために、ここにいるフィルさんとですね、Xbox チームの皆さんと一緒に、これからご一緒にですね、できることを今から私はとても楽しみにしています。
We're really looking forward to working closely with Phil and the Xbox team to make this possible.
Thank you, Kuru-san. We deeply respect the rich legacy of Square Enix, and we look forward to building on the relationship that we've established in bringing Final Fantasy XIV to Xbox and partnering closely with you and the Square Enix team on future games.
桐生さんありがとうございます。私たちはスクエアエニックスの素晴らしいレガシーを深くリスペクトしていますし、このファイナルファンタジー14を Xbox に導入することで培ってきた関係をより強くして、今後いろいろなことにおいて桐生さんや吉田さん、そして御社から今後リリースされていくタイトルにおいてスクエアエニックスチームの皆さんと密に連携できることを楽しみにしています。
はい、ありがとうございます。ぜひよろしくお願いします。今後も Xbox の皆さんとお仕事していくのとても楽しみにしてます。
I'm extremely thankful, and we are committed to working with Xbox going forward.
じゃあせっかく来ていただいたので、ちょっと握手を3人でしてもいいですか？
Well, while we're up here, let's shake hands.
はい、ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much.
いや改めてフィールさん本当に信じられないぐらいお忙しい中このファンフェスのステージに来てくださり本当にありがとうございます。
Really, Phil, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to come to this at FanFest.
では会場の皆さん改めて大きな拍手をお願いします。
One more big round of applause, please.
フィル・スペンサーでした。 Thank you! いやようやく発表できてほっとしてます。
I'm so glad we finally got to reveal that.
桐生さん初めてこの物理ファンフェスのステージに立ってみていかがでしたか？
So, President Kiryu, this is your first time at FanFest in person. How is it?
いやもう最高ですね、一言で言うと。
For the lack of a better word, this is the best experience ever.
さて、基調講演なんですが今日のところお話しできることはすべてお話ししました。
All right, as far as the keynote goes, I have told you everything I possibly can today.
7.0 そしてさらなる大きなお知らせは
As for further announcements on big upcoming stuff, including 7.0,
次のファンフェスロンドンでさせていただこうと思います。
please tune in to FanFest in London.
改めて桐生さんファンフェス間もなくこのままスタートしていこうと思いますが皆さんに一言ありますか？
Well, we're getting ready to kick off FanFest then. So, President Kiryu, any final thoughts?
Thank you very much for having a time today, and I'm so excited, and I got lots of energy from here, all of warriors of light. Thank you very much.
さあではこのままオープニングに移りたいと思いますので、
All
ラ
right.
スベガスに来ている開発運営チームの皆さんステージへお願いします。
So let's move on to the opening ceremony, which means we need the development team out on stage.
Wow, there are a lot of people here in the room, and this is extremely terrifying.
Right?
Thank you all for being here. It's super exciting to have you all back in person in our first fan festival in many years. We are super excited. I'm extremely nervous, so please, bear with me. But that was a super exciting keynote. Thank you, Yoshida-san.
Thanks.
And Kate, of course. All right, let's get some greetings from everyone. Kate, if you would start us off.
Hi, like I said, I'm Kate. I'm the English localization lead. And yeah, I'm just really happy to be here with you guys. I was at Digital Fan Fest, which was just me saying things in a direction with no fans there. So it's really great to have you all in person. And yeah, as Matt said, still terrifying. It doesn't get any less terrifying. So great. I hope you guys have a fun time this weekend.
Hello, everyone. Michael Christopher Koji Fox. I guess now because she's lead, I'm localization supervisor. I also, do lyrics and, some lore book stuff and a purveyor of poor puns.
Yeah.
Every now and then. 5 years in between physical fan fest is way too long. I'm really excited to be back in Vegas to reconnect with a lot of old friends as well as make a lot of new friends, hopefully. Most of the heavy lifting for this show is going to be done by Kate and Aimee, which I'm super grateful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Which is going to give me a lot of time to be on the floor with you guys. So if you see me, grab me, say, hey, balls.
Oh, you're going to get mobbed, dude.
Don't actually grab him.
That's dangerous worse.
Politely wave at him.
If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Just one note, I will be answering no questions about teenagers, mutants, ninjas, and/or turtles. No questions, sorry.
どうもシニアストーリーデザイナーの石川です。
Hello, Natsuko Ishikawa, Senior Scenario Designer here.
いろいろ言うことはあったんですけれども、皆さんがトレーラーで暁のメンバーにうおーって言ってくれたのを聞いてたら嬉しくて忘れちゃいました。
You know, I was trying to plan my speech when I got up here, but when we were watching the trailers and everybody was cheering for each of the scions that showed up, everything just kind of went blank.
皆さんのおかげでウリエンジやパイナップルジュースを飲み、グラハはクソデカタコスを食べることができるようになりました。
But thanks to everybody, Grahak and Urienje can now enjoy some pineapple juice, and Grahatia can enjoy his giant tacos.
そのお礼の気持ちを込めて、この2日間、私も頑張って盛り上げていこうと思いますので、どうぞよろしくお願いします。
But yeah, as my token of gratitude, I'm going to spend the next 2 days with you guys trying to give back to the community.
In English first, sorry. I want to thank you, all of the warriors right in here, and also the watching online for the supporting Final Fantasy XIV decade, and also such a kind of big things I've never experienced. So I'm really glad all of you, and also please support the Final Fantasy XIV and our team. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Final Fantasy XIV Sound Director Masayoshi Soken is
Yeah.
here. We have a big concert today. And tomorrow we have a big rock concert. Let's have a fun!
All right, hi everyone. My name is Toshio Morochi, aka Foxclone, your global community producer here. So I'm extremely happy to come back here again after nearly 5-year absence. So this is actually fourth fan festival having in Las Vegas, but it's very much first time having it in midsummer. So yeah, I knew it's very hot in Las Vegas in this season, but I did not expect this hot actually. Yeah, so to be very honest, I'm already dying by the heat. But yeah, at least I can't do that at least for next couple of days for this event for sure. So let's make it even hotter with you. Thank you. じゃあ放送のご覧の方に簡単に日本語でもご挨拶しますと、夏のラスベガスはこんなに暑いかねということで半ばやられておりますが、頑張りたいと思いますのでどうぞよろしくお願いします。Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Aimee from the Square Enix Project Communications team. I'll be helping out with some of the stage events for translations and whatnot. So yeah, please bear with me. And I also like to greet the live stream audience as well, just in case in Japanese. 生放送をご覧になっている皆様、お世話になっております。スクエアエニックスの徳武です。今回日本語ステージを英語に通訳させていただきますので、よろしくお願いします。
僕がスタートらしいんで最後僕から開会宣言をしたいと思います。
Right, we're starting with me. So we're going to do our kickoff now.
基調講演本当に久しぶり、皆さんのこんなにたくさんの前でやるのが本当に久しぶりだったんで、めちゃくちゃ見えて緊張してたんですが、本当に皆さんのおかげで楽しくやることができました。
Yeah, so it's been a really long time since I've done a keynote in front of you all as a live audience, and I was super nervous. But actually, y'all were great, and I had a lot of fun, so thank you so much.
これでファンフェスティバルにおける僕の仕事の8割は終わったので
I mean, to be honest, now that I did that, 80% of my work here is done.
Let's enjoy Fun Festival!
Yeah!
流す曲を流すよ。
All right, I get to follow that act, so that's really, really cool. But thank you all so much for being here. As everyone has been saying, we're super excited to have you here. We worked really hard to create this really fun show for you. It is now open. You can now start moving about the festivities and exploring all the different activities that we've created for you. Carefully, slowly, take your time. I think we have event insurance, though, but just in case. Just a few announcements from me as you all start to move about the show. As we mentioned online, we recommend that you download our event mobile app so that you can do some really fun activities, such as some live quests. We have some really cool digital badges for you to earn, so make sure you have your mobile phones. Keep them charged as much as you can. And if you ever have any questions, our show staff will be available to help you. Just look for the cute Loperates in the yellow outfits with the bushy tails on their butts, and they will help you out as much as they can. So don't be shy. And I'll just quickly go over the stage events for day one. Up next, we have a Realm Revisited at 1 p.m., hosted by I and Danielle from the community team. Lots of fun memories from the past 10 years of FF14 to cover, and of course, lots of memes, which is what we're all here for. Following that immediately, we'll have the beginning from the end, the Annotated Endwalker, hosted by Naoki Yoshida and Natsuko Ishikawa. So make sure you don't miss that. It is our first 2-hour dev panel, so make sure you stay hydrated, you have snacks. And for anyone who is a newer player, there will be massive spoilers for Endwalker. So if you're in the room, plug your ears for a while or put some headphones on. Just be mindful there will be some extreme spoilers. After that, we'll have Glamoured to Life, a cosplay walk from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. We have a ton of amazing costumes that you may have been seeing on the show floor. Make sure you take pictures with everyone. We're going to be having a kind of a fashion show throughout the runway here. And we hope you enjoy it. And then finally, to cap off the night, we'll have our amazing piano concert performed by Keiko, a great way to close out day one. Of course, we wouldn't be here without the support of our amazing sponsors who help make our event possible. Thank you so much to Intel and iBuyPower for providing the PCs that power not only our Battle Challenge, but also our main stage events like the Crystalline Conflict Regional Championships. And we also have ViewSonic providing some awesome monitors, again, for our Battle Challenge and our main stage as well. And of course, Logitech has been a key partner. They continue to be a key partner for us, providing all the peripherals that you'll be using to play games throughout the show. And you may have seen that we have a Pusheen-sponsored quiet room upstairs. So if you ever find yourself needing a little bit of quiet time, the quiet room upstairs is kind of decked out in Pusheen gear. So I recommend you check it out if you kind of want to take a break. And finally, thank you so much to Secret Lab for supplying your Titan Evo gaming chairs for us to be using on the main stage. They are very comfortable, and we truly appreciate everyone's support. All right, now it's time to let you guys get out and start to enjoy the show. But before we do that, I do have one special treat for everyone. You may have seen some of them walking around in the lines earlier, but please help me welcome two esteemed guests who have journeyed from the depths of knowledge to be with us today.
Thank you, kind sir. We are humble gleaners, taking a brief respite from our research and travels to ask for your assistance.
Indeed. We come with tidings of exciting quests that await you. Throughout this hallowed hall, you shall find us stationed, ready to share our stories and bestow challenges upon you.
The quests we set forth are no trifling matter, but the rewards will be worth the endeavor. Seek us out at various corners of this vibrant gathering. We shall be standing below designated quest marker signs.
You will need the camera on your cellular device to complete these tasks, which unlock badges of valor, each a testament to your prowess and scholarly acumen.
Now go forth, adventurers, and let the enjoyable tales of Fan Festival be woven into your own.
Wow, thank you so much for that enthusiastic quest kickoff. I couldn't have said it better myself. I practiced, but as they did mention, please have your mobile device, get ready to get out there, have some fun quests. You'll find gleaners throughout the show floor, and you'll be able to earn prizes by taking your photos to our redemption table to earn some cool digital badges and some physical fun goodies. So, with that said, let the adventures begin. Thank you, everyone.
Come on, Popoto. Let's show everyone some Eorzean ether aerobics. First, let's get a good stretch. Raise your arms up high for a nice shoulder stretch. Now spread your arms to open up your chest and back. One more time. Make large arcs with your arm from side to side. You should feel a stretch in your sides. Now with your other arm. Point towards a faraway destination. Ragnarok, engage. Kneel down, extend your arms and spread your hands like you're showing off a friend's outfit. Switch legs and show off the other side. Now it's time for a new high score. Wind up your arm and punch. Give him another one with the other arm. Here comes Shiva. Strike your favorite pose and freeze in place. Let's pick up the pace with the yawl dance. Flap your elbows and do little hops from leg to leg. Build up fighting spirit with the sun dance. Move your body as you stomp your foot. Now for some squats. Can you keep up with Popoto? Susano's here. Prevent his blade from striking the party. Plant your legs and push back. One more time. Stand firm and push back. You've done well, but can you keep up with the Mandervilles? Swing your arms as you rock your body back and forth. A full body exercise is the key to staying gentlemanly. Let's wrap up with deep breathing. Breathe in, breathe out. Great work! Now get out there and show them what you've got.
Welcome and well met, my brave little spark. How long you've wandered, burned bright as a star. Oh, I have awaited you patiently all this time. Past every fate, now sing with me once more. Share of your life, far greater than memory. Its loss and love words cannot hold. Boundless the tale overflows and carries your light out to sea. Remember the rain, near and far beloved, each drop a blessing from heaven. Life's a message in a bottle cast to see. This place on top and
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the show. We are back with our very first panel of the day. I'm extremely proud to introduce my community team who has worked hard to cram as many memes as possible into this presentation as they can. We're trying to rival Koji's old presentations. We'll see if we can beat Kate's tomorrow. It's a good meme ratio, I think. So without further ado, let me welcome to the stage two of the community team members. Please help me welcome Aya Montoya and Danielle Graft. All right, take it away. Enjoy the show.
Thank you, Matt. So, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the Fan Festival stage here in Las Vegas. So, off of Dawn Trail, I feel like Final Fantasy XIV players have been eating well today. And I know it's lunchtime, so.
Very well, very well.
All right, so before we kick things off, I'm going to introduce myself one more time. My name is Aya, also known as Seeker, and joining me is my illustrious co-host,
Danielle, or Okiomi. We're happy to have you here today.
Yeah. All right, so we're actually going to go ahead and get things started by introducing other members of the community team. So this is our team. It comprises of 5 amazing members. You just saw Matt Bayonne Hilton, Anthony Caraway, aka Zexos, and then myself, Okiomi, and of course Sam, or Voltanine.
Yeah.
Amazing, amazing members.
Very amazing. But our team works on a lot of different tasks here today, so we're going to go over those really quick for those not familiar. The NA community team's tasks include, but are not limited to, reading the official forums, researching player feedback, sweepstakes contests, community live streams, and a lot more.
Yeah, and actually, Matt asked us this during, or he told us this during our interviews. He was just like, we wear a lot of different hats, and
man, a lot.
Quite a few hats indeed.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we could jump into things now, shall we?
We are going to jump right in things today, so we have a fun little game up for you all. We learned about what lies ahead.
But do you remember what came before?
Yep, do you, is the question. We're going to play a really quick game here today. We're going to ask which came first. We're going to start with an easy one, though, because, you know, we got to give you a freebie, maybe. Did the 7th Umbral Calamity come first? And for those of you who might not know, that is Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 or A Realm Reborn. Is it A or B? A? A? Okay. I heard like 1B, so.
I mean, maybe this is kind of an easy one, but you essentially get the point, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So if you guessed A, because I heard the majority of you did, then you would be correct. Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 released. The game included a compelling story, some pretty cool graphics, but maybe not as good as the ones you saw today being revealed. Sid, because what Final Fantasy would be without Sid? I mean,
it's weird seeing him without his beard.
Really weird. We also had some villains, because, you know, you need that as well. And I mean, illuminating Calamity overhead. Some of you might remember.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes. So yes, A Realm Before. You might recognize these flower pots. Does anybody recognize it? Can I see some hands in the chat?
Oh, I see some hands.
And the audience. Ooh, wow. But yes, these flower pots were the equivalent of a player character. All the polygons in these barrels. Isn't that amazing? But yes, Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 was released on September 30th, 2010. Then, as we all know, the 7th Umbral Calamity took place, and A Realm Reborn was released on August 27, 2013.
Mm-hmm. But all good things must come to an end at some point. So here we are in A Realm Reborn.
Mm-hmm.
Are we ready to go? Are you ready? Did you get your fill? Are you ready to come? Because we're going to play this a lot.
Yep. Here it comes. So to start with A Realm Reborn, which was first? Was it Revenant's Toll Construction or Purchasable Fantasia?
Oh,
A or B?
I heard some Purchasable Fantasia. That would be my guess, too.
Really?
I think
Fantasia?
so, yeah. I mean, how many times have we switched characters?
True. But if you chose A, you would be correct.
Yes, you would. Reverence Toll Construction actually came in patch 2.1, so that's pretty close in a realm, pretty early in a Realm Reborn. Yep.
Yes, and there is no more returning to the Waking Sands, as this place served as the Scion's base eventually.
We also built this city on Reverence Toll. I mean, have you all turned in some tombstones to Rowenia lately? I'm pretty sure that funded Reverence Toll.
All right, we have some amazing screenshots from how it
Yeah,
looked
so
way
for
back
those of
then,
you
yeah?
who may not have been around at that time, well, Reverence Toll actually began as a small camp. This is in 1.0 right now. But the small little camp, eventually, in A Realm Reborn, became a bustling hub for players, their glamours, their mounts, too. I remember that, so I hope anyone else there remembers that, too. And I mean, also, that construction just continued over time, over patches, which is really cool to see for those who were around, or if you weren't now here on stage.
Yeah, and it was amazing because during this time of like Revenant's Toll being built, there were amazing cameos by like Ruby Carbuncle.
Ruby, who could forget Ruby?
And also the debut of the NPC hanging on to dear life on a building.
He moved around quite a few during that construction.
Yeah.
But this all led to what Reverence Toll is today, so we have a little video for you.
All right.
Yes.
But,
But we have to go over the other one now.
Yes.
We went over Reverence Toll. We have to go over the purchasable Fantasia. I heard a lot of people guessing that, but it actually came in 2.4.
Yep. And you can use this to change your character appearance or your patron deity to Nofika or Nofika. How do you guys say it? How do you say it, Okiomi?
Don't ask me how to pronounce something because I will not. I would say Nofika.
Okay,
Nofika?
I say Nofika.
Nofika.
Okay, well.
But not only that, we're like 99% sure this is our most popular item on the store, but we don't know for sure.
I feel like it was replaced by something like momentarily, but then it still reigns supreme.
Maybe it will get replaced by the new FanFest items.
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
But next up, we have a new question for you all. Could you guess which came first? The Wolfston or I seem to
have misplaced my keyboard.
It's quite the auto-translate. What do you all think? PvP? Yeah. What is that? What is that name? What is it? Is it? What are they called?
Fresh meat?
Fresh meat?
Let's look into that, shall we?
Yep. If you guessed Wolfden, you would have been correct. It was patch 2.1, so that was actually around when Reverence Toll was getting construction as well.
Yes, and the Fold was the first instance PvP arena, which was awesome.
Yeah, and not only that, but all character names were displayed as fresh meat. So if you were around back then, you may have had your character name changed just for a little bit.
So good.
Get that hype.
Yeah, and from PvP, there was a lot of amazing content that first came. And I think we actually had a screenshot of the Fold when it was first introduced.
The Fold,
right?
we do. It was a circular arena. Who's been in the Fold? Oh, I see a lot of hands. Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah?
And we actually got some amazing rewards from PvP, still getting updated and stuff as well, but I feel like this is probably one of the most hyped sets.
I use the Scholar set a lot.
I use the Monk set a lot.
The Monk set? I'm a deer. What are you?
I am a hawk.
A hawk.
It's cool. It's amazing.
They're best friends.
But yeah, speaking of PvP, we have the Crystalline Conflict Tournament finals happening tomorrow, so don't miss it.
It's going to be a blast tomorrow.
Yeah.
But we have to go over the other. So.
Yes.
I seem to have misplaced my keyboard. This is quite an interesting one. It arrived in patch 2.35.
Yes.
But how did we get here? Like, how did we get here? I
don't know. How do you suddenly lose a keyboard? You tell me. But yes, the Japanese version is actually I'm not using a keyboard. And there's also, we're chewing the fat.
Yeah, quite the auto-translate. Who has used auto-translate? What's your favorite one? I use thank you a lot. Yeah?
Yes, please.
Yeah, yes, please. But I mean, if you have the auto-translate, we could maybe... You want to try?
Yeah, so this is pretty much a simulation of how a conversation using auto-translate would go. I'm ready. Are you?
I am.
So as you can see, we could pretty much have a whole conversation using auto-translate. But now, let's move on, shall we?
Yep. We have to ask.
Which came first? Yes, the glamour prisms or the Manderville dance? Let's hear it. Is it A or B?
B. I heard a lot of B, but I also
heard a lot
A
of
over
A.
here. See, I heard A over here, but I think B. Could we hear that again?
Oh, I heard A that time. Well, if you said A or B, you would technically be right because they both came around the same time.
Sorry.
Yeah, this is the only time we're going to do that to you, so promise it won't happen again.
Yep, the Glamour Prisms actually came in patch 2.2 alongside the Manderville dance, but we can talk about Glamour Prisms a little because who doesn't want to talk about Glamour Prisms?
Yes, and this was added with the glamour system, and as a lot of people know,
you know, it is the true end game. I'm sorry, but we're going to have this debate right now. Yeah, I hear that.
Yeah.
Ooh.
There used to be a ton of specific types and grades of glamour prisms for specific types of gear. And they are, hold on, let me see if I can get this properly going. They include alchemy, armor craft, cloth craft, smithing, goldsmithing, leatherworking, and woodworking.
That's a lot. And not only that, but there were grades.
1 through 5.
1 through 5? How many inventory spaces are we up at now? We're not going to talk about that.
But yeah, you might be wondering, why can't I hold all these prisms? But this was actually changed later on in patch 4.2 when it became a singular glamour prism for all your glamoring needs. Except when you dispel them. That's still another one, yeah.
It did. But since we tricked you earlier, I'm sorry, that, like I said earlier, that was the only time. We definitely have to go over the Manderville dance, which arrived at the same time. This is my favorite dance emote. Is it yours?
Yes.
It is.
Among the favorites.
Among your favorites. What are the other ones that we have?
I mean, some of the other ones were the first ones, such as step dance, harvest dance, and ball dance.
What's the audience's favorite?
Oh, I heard a bee's knees.
You know, we didn't have bee's knees, but that's a good one. Oh, I heard Manderville too.
Oh, okay, okay.
But we actually have a little throwback for you all to see both the glamours and the dances of A Realm Reborn.
Let's check it out. So good.
It was a fun time to be in. I mean, it's a fun time now, but it was a fun time back then too.
Yeah.
There was a lot of NPCs there.
Yeah, a lot. And wearing their first initial outfits, actually, too.
Yes.
It was nice.
So, with all good things, like 1.0, A Realm Reborn has come to a conclusion. But
now we're going to the critically acclaimed Heaven's
Sword. So it's good we got you all. You know, if you knew A Realm Reborn, well, now we're going to quiz you on Heaven's Sword and see how you do.
All right, so obviously we're going to ask the question, which came first?
Skybear?
What's Skybear?
What
Does
is
anyone remember Skybear? Raise. Oh, okay, I see hands. Okay.
Okay.
And then there's also the sprout icon. So between these two, which came first? Skybear or the sprout icon, A or B?
I heard a lot of A, but I also heard like one rogue B over there. But I mean, it's the sprout icon, right? Like that had to have come early.
How did that come in Heaven's Ward and not in A Realm Reborn,
right?
Or even 1.0? It's amazing. But
to show Skybear, you must first learn of Skybear. We always remember, always flying in our hearts.
Forever.
But if you did guess Skybear, you would be correct. That actually arrived at 3.0. For those of you who were around, you might have saw Skybear, but it was a majestic beast roaming through the skies in early Heaven's Sword. And to see the bear, you must fly like the bear.
But unfortunately, it vanished in June 25, 2015. I think this was like a week after Heaven's Word was launched.
Only a week. He was so short-lived.
Yeah.
We loved Skybear, though. Can we get a round of applause for Skybear, please? Right? Yeah. I love Skybear. But we also have the sprout icon. Now, I would have thought this came first, right? Like, it's the sprout icon. It's the lifeblood of Final Fantasy XIV. We had the sprout icon come in patch 3.2, so that was quite a time after Skybear, but at least the patch.
Yep. And this actually came over to new novice adventures. And only after patch 3.2.
Yeah. And it also bestowed a source of comfort for beginners.
Yeah, until it fell off, right?
Yeah, I mean, we all things must come to an end at some point.
All right, what do we have next, Danielle?
We do. We need to ask a new question. Which came first? Sloppy. How do you say it? I say sloppy. Sloppy. Or the Aquapolis. Treasure map fiends. Who's in here with treasure maps? Yes. Okay, A or B?
Oh, I heard both. That was like a mix. That was like A, B.
A, B. It was one together. But if you guessed B, you would be correct. The Aquapolis, yes, treasure maps. Arrived in patch 3.3. We actually had treasure maps before, but the Aquapolis, you know.
It was our first treasure hunt dungeon.
The first treasure hunt dungeon. And then there's always the debate. Do we go left or do we go right?
Or...
Right? I heard right. Which way?
Oh my gosh. Falls balls. Just pick one. Please. All right. And well, the next one, I feel like it could
Sloppy!
speak for himself. Oh my goodness.
Patch 3.5 was sloppy.
Sloppy.
Yes. Or, you know, you might remember some other key lines like...
For Alamigo!
Or...
I'll tear you limb from limb.
Yep.
But I feel like sloppy was definitely the most prominent line among those, right?
Yes, it was. Sloppy.
All right, what do we have next? So which came first? Group pose or active time maneuver? Ooh, A or B, ladies and gents?
B?
Ooh.
B?
I'm not hearing a lot of confident answers.
Yeah, I don't hear any confident. What is it again?
Ooh, okay, okay.
That was a good one, yeah.
I like it, I like it.
Yep, I heard A, so if you guessed A, that would be correct. It's group pose! Yes! This is the other true endgame, if it's not glamour, so we have to clarify that.
True, it's like the DLC to the endgame.
It is, yes, and this arrived in patch 3.1.
Yes, and actually, screenshots used to require being in the right place at the right time, but not anymore.
Yep, now you can get those picture-perfect moments just on a whim by adjusting a few little settings. Yeah. But we also, with the group pose, had some community contests come in. If you want to see them. I think this was Seeker's first community contest she got to work on.
That is true. This is one of them. This was during the Do You Even /Pose showdown. It was awesome. I loved it. It was amazing. And these are a few of the screenshots that we had submitted at the time, which were amazing.
Yeah, the players really got into it. I mean, look.
So good. So organized.
I want to try. You want to try?
Sure. This way?
Yes. Well, no, this way.
This way?
Yes.
There
way.
You go.
Uh-huh. But I mean, we got to have the cake too, the food.
Yes. Ooh. So good.
We run these community contests from every now and then, so please look forward to the next one.
Yeah, you get some amazing prizes if you join, so please make sure to keep an eye out for them.
But we also had, I heard some people who had guessed before active time maneuver. Yeah, well, this one came in patch 3.3.
Yes. It was essentially like, I feel like the first time this came out, it was like, how long can you stay on the cruise chaser? It was kind of like a funny game of chicken. Like, are you going to press it or am I going to press it?
No, you have to stay on till you get ejected. Like, and I mean, I played Scholar during this era. I feel like my raid group was always yelling at me to not put my fairy right in the middle where you click because you would be gone and not be able to click on it.
Yep.
But this also came with Alexander, the Heart of the Creator. So, I mean, maybe forward. And back, and forward, and back. But this was towards our end, and that has concluded.
And
Heavensward.
Now we're going to be going into the new addition to the free trial.
The new addition to the free trial.
Stormblood.
Who's hyped for Stormblood quizzes?
All right.
Wait, I think Heavensward was higher. Do we have more Heavensward fans? Can we get some Stormblood?
Yeah, let's hear it one more time for
Storm
Stormblood.
of Blood!
That's what I'm talking about. All right, so with this, I have to ask you, which came first? Fun Size Bahamut or Asahi in your face?
Ooh. Which is it, A or B? Who's a Bahamut fan? A, okay, and then who's an Asahi fan? Yeah,
All right.
We might need to move on.
That was like complete silence. That was amazing. All right, but as everybody in the audience knows, Fun Size Bahamut was indeed first.
Yes, Fun Size Bahamut came at 4.1, so very quick within that Stormblood patch.
Yes, taking up a chunk of your real estate on your monitor since 2017.
We heard the complaints, okay? We know. We read the forms.
Yes, definitely.
But you got to now choose with your pet size or Bahamut size.
Yeah, pet size actually came in Endwalker, and that command was combined into that. So
who plays with the small Bahamut? A small Bahamut? Medium Bahamut? Oh, I see like two. Okay, big Bahamut? I'm a big Bahamut fan! Yeah! I like the big Bahamut too.
Yes.
What do you play with?
Small.
Small Bahamut, okay. You have to have the big Bahamut.
If I'm feeling dangerous, then I'll switch it to large.
Yeah.
All right. And speaking of danger.
Very danger.
Yeah.
Asahi in your face. This actually arrived in patch 4.2. I think this was a pretty iconic thing most will remember.
Yes, and it was Asahi's attempt to unnerve us.
Unnerve us. I don't know about that. Depending on the race you played, we might have been a little too busy laughing.
Yeah, he was kind of accommodating, don't you think? Let me go ahead into further explanation about that. So there have been times where you see him like this. If you happen to be a Hira, Mikote, or Al Ra, Or, if you were one of the taller warriors of light. And, of course, if you were a Lalafell.
I didn't get the Lalafell experience. I just got the Makote.
Yeah, I didn't know this. I think I was a Highlander at the time, so he was like looking at me in the face.
This was pretty great for the Lalafell.
Yeah, it really was. So good. So accommodating this here, Asahi, don't you think? All right. Well.
But now we have the next question for all. So are you ready? Which came first? Is Pazuzu up? Is Pazuzu? Can someone tell me if it's up? Or and then we have chicken tenders. Or,
Why is that labeled as chicken tender?
Well, some might know them as Omega.
Oh, true.
Which do you think came first? Is Pazuzu up? A? Or chicken tenders?
No. I feel like they're convinced that it's A.
Everyone knows.
Yes,
Yeah.
and they would be correct.
You would be very correct. Yeah, give yourself a round of applause. There was like no B's on that one. Yeah. Everyone must have played Eureka. So, Is Pazuzu Up came with patch 4.25. Yep.
Yes, and players had to essentially work together to make sure they could spawn Pazuzu, actually.
Yeah, they made sure that all the spawn conditions, that was really fun to watch too as a community, tried to figure out every single Fate's spawn condition.
Yeah, I think they were like defeating shadow wraiths, which only spawn at night, and then during Gale's weather, right?
Yeah, So one more good time for good measure. Can someone please tell me, is Pazuzu up? It's up! Okay, I need to go to the other instance. Like, it's not here. It's just not here.
All right, but yeah.
It's already dead! No! I need my feather.
Yeah, me too. Another instance.
But we need to go over the thing that everyone knew, because this is so iconic, chicken tenders. Chicken tenders arrived in patch 4.4, or Omega, if you know.
Yes, and this isn't our first rodeo with misheard lyrics, is it?
It's not, yeah.
Does anybody remember like the chaos of Panto Crater, especially if you raided during this time? I think it's in the Omega Protocol also. Fun time.
It is, but I mean, who could forget?
Oh, also, can you tell your starboards from your larboards?
What is it, starboard? Okay, but I'm the tank now, and I'm calling starboard to go
goodness.
left for your right.
I feel like no matter what, I got hit. Did you get hit? Did you get hit?
Which is it? I don't know.
Yeah, but that's pretty much there, and oh my goodness.
Memories.
All right.
Yep. So now we have which was first. Now I know Aya loves this.
Oh yes, I love this. So which came first, The Great Hunt, starring Rathalos from Monster Hunter, or Duty Actions?
Ooh. B. I heard an A though too.
I heard like a C somewhere. What?
A C? Who
Where'd that
called
come
C?
from? All right. Is it because you carve in Monster Hunter? Let's go ahead and check it out. All right. But yes.
If you guessed B, you would be correct. Duty Actions came in patch 4.0. I think this one's pretty memorable. At least it's very memorable for me.
Yes.
Yep. It was first introduced as a resisting the primal Lakshmi.
Yeah, and it was actually used in various other content ever since,
such
as repelling giant fists and charging up a shield in the battle with Omega and using the Omega Jammer as a shield.
Yeah,
or blasting enemies to bits for materials with the Aetheromatic Augur.
Quick, the bun's got a gun.
Or wielding heavenly shields and swords in the battle against Agrius in the Orbone Monastery.
Yeah, I remember that one.
But yes, actually, within the Duty Actions, the Monster Hunter collaboration was also involved.
There were Duty Actions in The Great Hunt, which arrived on patch 4.36, but you all knew that because you knew that it came first or last.
Awesome. And yeah, this was a collaboration with Monster Hunter World, and it was amazing because it also involved Monster Hunter-based mechanics like Mega Potion Duty Actions, mounting acting time maneuvers, and Rathalos-specific attacks without telegraphs.
Without telegraphs, I might need some help.
Kind of reminds me
Can
of
you please carry me through Rathalos?
counter situation.
Just a little bit. But also, there were some unique rewards for players to obtain, which was really cool. Yeah, do you want to see some? For
Definitely.
Sure.
But before we do, let's actually go over some of the cool things that were introduced in this collaboration. This was actually the first permanent collaboration duty that was introduced.
Who's going to go do Rathalos now? If you haven't done it, it's still in the game. You can go get those items.
Yeah, you could see that this involved a special duty introduction screen, and then also the fearsome Rathalos.
Terrifying.
And yeah, these were some of the cool things that you could get from this. They were Monster Hunter inspired, which were really, really awesome. Or you could also just get this.
Meat.
Yeah,
The fresh
indoors
meat?
and outdoors fresh meat.
Indoors and outdoors. That's so cool.
Yeah, and also the Palico minion came
Palico!
in this collab also.
Be
So, yeah.
sure to collect that if you haven't already.
All right.
And with that, we actually have concluded Stormblood. But I think you all knew that. So I feel like we have a lot of people who have played since Stormblood because they were on point.
Yeah, definitely on point.
But that means we get to go into Shadowbringers. One brings shadow, one brings light.
Danielle, we need to move on now. All right. So, which was first in this situation? Was it the
Lahi
or the reimagined primals? Was it A or B, audience?
A.
All right, everybody.
I think we have a lot of players here and fans who have started in probably the Heaven Sword range because they have been very good.
Yes.
But if you guessed A, then you would be correct. It actually arrived right in Shadowbringers when you entered the Rockteak Greatwood.
And you were greeted by Lahi when you entered this area, along with the little scree, you know.
Scree! Just a little bit, yeah.
It was so good.
It was really cool because this was adopted into a Ronkin greeting, meaning wake up.
Yeah.
Wake up.
And of course, who could forget this memorable performance by our sound director, Masayoshi
Shall we take a look?
Soken. Yes. This was from the 2021 Fan Festival, right?
Yes.
Let's take a look.
ミュージックスタート。
Another round of applause for Soken. Very memorable.
Yes, and you can actually watch the rest of that performance on the 2021 Fan Festival website. So
Yes.
you want to check it out. Yep.
But we have to go over the one that you all knew didn't come first, the reimagined primals arriving in patch 5.05 in the Eden Raid series.
Do you remember when we had this dialogue option? It was like, with my memories to guide the summoning, what could possibly go wrong?
What could go wrong, but I think we might want to...
Yeah, let's show you. No.
I think that sound clip might be
slightly
embedded in our hearts.
Yes.
Forever.
My goodness.
Yeah. I don't know what happened. We just kind of misremembered what these primals looked like in our imagination.
Exactly. Why did Leviathan have two heads? That was like my biggest wondering. All right. But yeah, let's move on, shall we?
Yes.
Please. So, what came first? The trust system or big fat tacos?
Big fat tacos, A? Ooh, I heard like A, B, A, B. It was like a back and forth. A?
Ooh.
B. Ooh, very indecisive.
All right. So why don't we just show the answer, yes?
Yeah.
All right.
The trust system arrived in patch 5.0, so right at the start. It was a great addition.
Yes, indeed. And this actually it was pretty much main scenario duties with NPC allies and...
Yep, and you could also see your companions in their element. So you had Urianger deleting enemies, or you had very trigger-happy Alice.
Indeed. But yeah, so has this ever happened to you, this instance before, where you see a blue AoE and your limit break bar is full and you're wondering, what's that blue AoE on the floor? And then you suddenly hear this line.
Let's give them a show.
Or if it was another bar of limit break and then you suddenly hear something along the lines of,
There'll be nothing left of you but a smoking crater.
Ooh, my limit break bar just got depleted.
yes. Oh, Alize, never change.
Yep, but we have, we went over before. This was very undecisive, but Big Fat Tacos or Ruby Weapon came in patch 5.2.
How about those tacos with Grahatia in that Dawn?
Yeah?
Yeah?
Maybe we have a new Big Fat Taco rival. Yeah, maybe we need like a mashup of Ruby Weapon and Graha.
They both have a red aspect to them, so I feel
there
like...
There you go.
Yeah. But yes, the misheard lyrics strike again, truly. But yeah, there was actually some debate. Was it like big fat tacos, beef soft tacos, or I heard big fat hot dogs like once or
What
twice.
does the audience say? See, I heard the beef ones.
I heard the soft ones.
There was like the rogue hot dog in the back too.
So good.
Yeah, and like our dear community member Voltanine, he likes to say, I am never having lobster again.
Nope.
You might remember Nail Darnus in this fight as well.
My goodness, who could forget that smile? And you know what was funny is that when me and Voltanine arrived here in Vegas, there was a random lobster plush just sitting in the parking lot.
It was Ruby
just
Weapon.
chilling.
It was waiting for you.
Maybe. I don't know. It was like a sign or something.
But with that, we have to ask the next question. Which was first? Oh, I hear a mix.
Yes. Oh, my
Number
goodness.
2 type B leggings or Red Comet? A? Is there a B? B? Oh, they're all over there.
Okay,
All the Red Comet fans are over there.
But yeah, let's go ahead and see what came first, shall we?
Yes. It was number 2 type B leggings arriving in patch 5.18.
And this was in collaboration with Yorha Dark Apocalypse for Nier Automata.
Yeah, there was some insane demand for these crates. If you were around at this time, you probably spent weeks farming because you kept rolling a 1, and then you'd roll like a 98, and someone would beat you with the 99. I feel that pain.
Yes, I feel like there was like a week when this first came out. You got it your first try, but then for me, it took like the whole entire week. Worst. But I eventually got it. And you want to know the best thing about the 2B leggings?
What?
It could be worn by all.
Everyone
So
can
good.
wear them. Who wears this glamour? Because we're like pretty sure this is the #1 worn glamour.
Pretty sure.
There's
your
no one
hands.
who's wearing type 2 leggings?
Raise your hands if you
they're
use
too
this.
scared. They're too scared.
I feel
I
like
see
a
a few
lot
now.
of you who are
Okay,
keeping
I
your
wear
hands
them
down.
too, okay?
Yeah. I feel like a lot of you who are keeping your hands down, you're lying. Okay. But actually, last but certainly not least, we have... okay. Okay, all right.
Sorry.
And then, okay, all right. Sorry about that. We have Red Comet.
Who remembers Red Comet? Yeah, Red Comet arrived in patch 5.35. This was in the Boja Southern Front, I actually believe.
Yes, and it actually came through with the critical engagement, the Hunt for Red Chalktober.
The Hunt for Red Chalktober.
So many AoEs.
Very.
So many vulnerability stacks.
A lot of AoEs. But, this might not be the first time that we've seen the Red Choco. We also saw them, if you remember, the Evilise quest line.
Yeah.
We kind of had like a ramp up to those Red Chocobos.
Yeah, they destroyed us then, and they destroyed us during this time as well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that just about wrapped things up because we are here at Endwalker. And since we're still going through our adventures in Endwalker, this brings us to the end of our little game. So we thank you all so much in the audience, or if you're watching at home, for joining us down this trip on memory lane. And if you're eager to hear more about this expansion, we hope you'll tune into the next stage event, a developer panel with Natsuko Ishikawa about Endwalker story, beginning from the end, the Annotated Endwalker.
It's going to be a good one. Make sure you stick around.
Yeah. Also watch Duty Commence. What? Oh.
Please watch Duty Commence.
Well, thank you so much. Let's give one more round of applause for Aya and Danielle. And as Danielle mentioned, please do watch Duty Commenced. If you enjoyed the memery here on display, they do get up to a lot of fun on the show as well. So please make sure you tune in. And as they mentioned, up next in about 20-ish minutes, we will have our next panel. So make sure you get a snack, go to the bathroom if you need to. It's going to be a 2-hour, our first ever, I think, 2-hour development panel. And just again, another reminder, and I will remind you again, there are huge Endwalker spoilers. So I'm sure everyone in here is totally caught up. Someone's on the free trial, I'm sorry. Please make sure you plug your Loperet ears. All right, one more round of applause for our two panelists. Thank you so much. And we'll see you back here at 2 p.m. afternoon, FanFest. How are you feeling? Good. I need that energy, please. I've got like 4 hours of sleep last night, but we're all hanging in there. Well, as you may know, it's time for our dev panel. Beginning from the end, the Annotated Endwalker. As I have mentioned several times before, there are major spoilers for the Endwalker expansion story. So please keep that in mind. Cover your ears. All right. With that out of the way, please help me welcome to the stage our 4 panelists. Please help me welcome Naoki Yoshida, Natsuko Ishikawa, Kate Swanar, and Aimi Tokitake. All right, enjoy the show.
Let's see.
そもそもね、物理開催のファンフェスが久しぶりなので、こうやってものすごいたくさんのプレイヤーの皆さんの前で開発パネルやるのも久しぶりなので、ぜひ大いに盛り上がってください。
Yeah, I think it's been a while since we did an actual physical fan festival and doing this development panel in front of all of you guys. I really hope that we enjoy and get excited about things. Woo!
今マットからもありましたけど、ちょっと注意点です。
So as Matt mentioned, we do have one caveat to make.
エンドウォーカーまで、パッチ 6.0 までのめちゃくちゃでかいスポイラー出まくるので
So just to reiterate, we will have heavy spoilers from everything up to Endwalker 6.0.
まだ 6.0 メインストーリー終わってない人は目と耳をこう閉じて
So if you haven't finished all the way up to the end of 6.0 Endwalker main scenario quest, you may have to cover your ears and close your eyes.
で配信をご覧の皆さんもぜひご注意ください。
Same warning goes to those watching us on the live stream.
そしてですね、まあ先に一人ずつ自己紹介をしてもらいましょうか。
Okay, so let's do a quick round of introductions first.
All right, I'll start. Hello, I'm Kate Swinar. I am the English localization lead, and today I will be translating for Ishikawa-san.
Hello everyone. My name is Natsuko Ishikawa. Thank you for coming today.
Hello again, this is Aimi. I'll be helping translate for Yoshida-san here.
改めましてプロデューサー兼ディレクターの吉田です。よろしくお願いします。
Once again, thanks for having me. Our producer and director of Final Fantasy XIV, Naoki Yoshida here.
じゃあ早速その中身に入る前にちょっとどんなパネルなのかというのだけ簡単に説明しちゃってもいいかしら。
はい、お願いします。
So before we jump into the actual meat of the panel session, I'd like to just give you an overview of what we want to talk about today.
Please do.
今回その 6.0 のストーリーを振り返りつつ、どちらかというと本当に細かくストーリーってどう作られていくのか、それに伴って例えば英語側の翻訳っていうのはどう組み立てていくのかで、注釈っていう細かい表現を交えながら、実際ストーリーのライティングしてみたいなとか、どう物語って作られていくんだろうみたいなところを注目してご覧いただけるパネルになるかなと思ってます。
So of course we'll be looking back at the story up to 6.0. And we'll be digging deeper into how the story is being created, how it applies to the different English localization portions of it, how is it comprised, how is it built, and then we would look at the different annotations or the notes that are added to some of the scenario portions to see what the intent behind writing certain parts of the story is going to look like.
で今日メインはなっちゃん、石川夏子に話をしてってもらいますので、ぜひ応援してあげてください。
But of course, our main speaker here is going to be Natsuko, or Natchan, if you want to call her Natchan. So we'll take it away.
じゃあ早速なっちゃん、自己紹介がてら担当してきたストーリーとか軽く自己紹介しましょうか。
But yeah, let's start with what you have worked on first, Natchan.
いいですか？
はい、どうぞ。はい、ということで、改めましてシニアストーリーデザイナーの石川です。
As I mentioned, I am the senior story designer, Natsuko Ishikawa.
申請にあたって14チームの開発、14の開発チームに合流して、10周年ということなので、ちょうど10年ほど14のシナリオの制作に携わっております。
So I actually joined the 14 team around the time of A Realm Reborn. So now that it is the game's 10th anniversary, it's actually been almost exactly 10 years for me.
大きなところありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。Thank you。大きなところで言うと、近年では漆黒のヴィランズと行月のフィナーレのメインシナリオを担当しました。
So just talking about the more major of my recent works, I did the main scenario for Shadowbringers and Endwalker.
楽しかったですか？
Did you like it?
Thank you。はい。で6.1以降は、シニアストーリーデザイナーという肩書きになって、サブクエストを楽しく書きながらシナリオの監修やセクションをまたいだ、補佐をしています。
So since 6.1, when I got this title of senior story designer, my main responsibilities have been reviewing and editing the main scenario, as well as managing our writing section, but I'm also enjoying writing subquests at the same time.
パッチ 6.5 でもお得意様取引などいくつかのサブクエストを直接執筆しているんですけれども、6.5 については明日の PLL をお楽しみに。
You can see some of my work in patch 6.5 as well, such as the custom delivery quests. So please stay tuned to that PLL tomorrow for more info.
簡単に言うとあれですね。さらに出世をして書くだけじゃない仕事がいっぱい増えて、実際稼働時間はあんまり減らないっていう感じですね。
So simply put, because you have advanced in the ranks, not only are you writing, but you have other responsibilities now. So that means you're not doing as much writing, but you're still working just as many hours, right?
後輩たちが非常に頑張ってるんで、一生懸命背中を押してます。
I mean, my team members are also working really hard, so I'm doing my best to support them.
じゃあ早速内容いってみましょうか。
はい。
All right, let's get into it.
さて皆さんも心はトラル大陸の方に行ってるんじゃないかと思うんですけども、この時間ではみんなで行月の物語を振り返っていきたいと思います。
So soon you will all be venturing to Tural, but before that I thought we'd take a look back at what happened in Endwalker.
でこちらが表題なのですが、
So you might be wondering about this title we have here.
この注釈っていうのはどういうものなのか。
When I say annotated, what does that mean?
はい。でこちらがですね、私が普段使っているテキストエディター、リマルの画面です。
Right, so this is the text editor that I usually use.
地味ですよね。これ1日10時間とかこういうの眺めてるんですけど。
It's kind of like unexciting to look at, and I'm staring at this for 10 hours plus a day.
でちょっと小さくて見えないと思うんですけど、表示されているのは行月の序盤、ラビニンソスでトードの姿になってエレンビルを追跡するシーンのテキストです。
The text might be a little small for you to see, but the scene that is being shown right now is when the Scions are in Labyrinthos, and several of them have become toads who are pursuing Erenville.
で注釈っていうのが、
and as for what the annotations are,
あれ押したぞ。もう一個言った方がいい。
はい、お願いします。はい、この部分ですね。
That's these red highlighted portions here.
ここではトードになっているアルフィノタリ勢が大体どんな内容のことをケロケロしているのかを記載しています。
And in this case, these annotations are telling us what Toad Alfino and Toad Alize are actually supposed to be saying.
でこういった翻訳者や演技付けをする人と認識共有のために書き込んでいる情報を注釈と呼びます。
So what we call annotations are basically notes for the translation team, the animators, other people who need to know, so we can all understand the context of what's going on.
まあ実際その注釈ってまあ今なっちゃんが説明してくれたんですけど、まあ簡単に言うと、例えばまあなっちゃんはこうメインストーリーライターとして 6.0 メイン書いてますけど、単純にセリフだけを書いてるわけじゃなくて、例えばこのセリフは実はあのシェイクスピアのあの作品のあの一小節を引用したセリフですみたいな注意書きを翻訳者さんに伝えるために書いたりします。
So yeah, just to supplement here, when we talk about annotations, for example, of course, Na-chan is writing the script as the main story writer for a particular section, but she's not just simply writing dialogue in her text. She would make notes about this section actually references Shakespeare's this piece of work, this section, this paragraph, this line, and kind of providing that sort of extra context.
まあそれ以外にも例えばこのセリフはこういう気持ちで話してますとか、このセリフは実は大昔のパッチ X.X とあの時のあのセリフを実はオマージュしてますみたいな、そういうこうメモ、作品を全体クオリティ高く作り上げるためのメモのことが注釈だと思ってもらえればいいかなと思います。
Additionally, whenever there's a certain piece of dialogue that we want to convey a certain emotion, we would note that as well. Or if we want to reference previous patches, if we wanted to reference like patch X.X, if this was this particular dialogue that happened in the past, and it's sort of paying homage to that, we would note that as well. So it's kind of the process of adding that sort of notes so that we can raise the quality of the dialogue and the writing that we provide.
まあ、いっぱいめちゃくちゃいっぱいあるんですけど、まあ、今回はそんな注釈の中からいくつかの内容をピックアップして、まあ、それで行月を振り返ってみようというパネルになっております。
So as you might guess, there are tons and tons of these annotations, but I've just picked a few today that I thought might be interesting to look at.
では早速、まずは旅の始まりのこのシーンから。
All right, let us begin from the beginning.
じゃあ動画をご覧いただきましょう。
Okay, so we'll be taking a look at a video. Playback, please.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
大きい画面で見るといいですね。
It's really nice to see it on a big screen.
はい、ということで以上オールドシャーリアンに向かう船の上で聞くことになるエメトセルクのナレーションでした。
So this was, of course, Emmett Selk's narration when you are on the boat to Old Charlian.
なんでここはまあ最初にして行月の総括みたいな部分なので、ほとんどの行に注釈をつけていました。
Obviously, this is the very beginning of Endwalker. It's like your first taste. So pretty much all of these lines had some kind of note on them.
その中でこの2箇所に対する注釈の内容をご紹介したいと思います。
But for now, I want to talk about the contents of the notes on these two lines in particular.
まず上の方についてはこれを喋っているエメトセルフがどういう状況なのかっていうのを注釈で入れていました。
So on this second line here, I added a note about, all right, so Emmett Selk is narrating, but where is he? How is he doing that?
ウルティマトゥーレに到着した際のナレーションで気づいた方もいらっしゃると思うんですけれども、行月のナレーションはエメトセルクの正解からの実況中継です。
So you might have noticed this from the narration in Ultima Thule, but Emet-Selch is narrating from the Ethereal Sea.
だから彼が覗き見れないエルピス編だけ実はナレーションがありませんでした。
Which is why, of course, the only section where this formal narration by Emet-Selch doesn't happen is in Elpis.
だからただ覗き見てないとしても、正解で魂が現れたことによってエルピスでの出来事はしっかり思い出しています。
At this point, when he's in the Ethereal Sea, obviously his soul has been cleansed of the fake memories implanted by Kairos, so he now remembers the truth of the final days.
ちょっと聞いてみたかったんだけど、エメトセルクって正解からさ、こう実は昔エルピスで会ったことがあるっていうのを思い出したエメトセルクがこう見ながら彼の旅を追ってるのは間違いないんだけど、独り言なのか、その隣にヒトロがいる前提で喋ってるのか、あれどっちのつもりで書いたの？ちなみに。
One thing I did want to ask you, Natchan, when Emet-Selch is kind of doing his narration in the Ethereal Sea, and when he recalls his memory from when he was in Elpis, like, and I was wondering, he's narrating this, but then is he kind of revisiting his sort of memories and kind of talking to himself, or is it implied that like Hythlodaeus was like with him and he's kind of talking with him?
基本は演劇好きの彼がこう演劇好きなりにつらつらと自分の心の中で思っていることなんですけれども。
Well, for the most part, right, Emet-Selch is a very theatrical character, so in a theatrical fashion, he's sort of soliloquizing.
途中でヒトロダイウスがゾディアークの魂から解放されて合流してからは一緒に喋ってます。
But after the point that we sort of have Hythlodaeus reunite soul-wise, then they can sort of start speaking with one another.
解釈が合っててよかったです。
Oh, I'm glad my interpretation was correct.
はい、すいません。
Okay, sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt there.
一回クリックお願いします。
はい。
で、また、日本語では私たちとなっていますが、これは同じく正解から育成を見守っているベーネスのことになります。
Right. So one of the ways that this situation is communicated in Japanese is that in Japanese it has the word we in it. And there was a note that this is referring to Vina, who is also in the Ethereal Sea. So you have this idea that they're both there together.
で、私が書いたその注釈を受けて直接 We と言っていない英語でもある工夫がされています。
Of course, English did not use the we directly, but instead played on this note that we were given.
じゃあせっかくなんでケイトさん説明お願いしていいですか？
Can you explain that to us, Kate? Yes, I can. Okay, so there are a couple things going on here. So for one thing, the we in Japanese is incorporated in this very nice way where you realize that he's saying like, oh, the we of us now, sort of like he's in this separate location, but we were afraid that if we stuck that into the English without like a really long explanation, it would sound like, yeah, we don't know what the future is. And it's like, are you my friend now? Like, what do you do? It would be very out of character for Emet-Selch. So instead, we took this thing that you are designed to understand the Vina is there later, but not at this point. At this point, you're just supposed to be like, huh, that's interesting. So what we did is we instead incorporated that nuance into the entirety of the speech. So, クリック一つお願いします。Hi. So if you look at these middle lines here, you can see that some phrasings are a bit more Vena-like, and some of them will be echoed in her later lines. So when you look at this scene in retrospect, you can tell, okay, he's not only speaking for himself, he's speaking for all of the ancients in the Ethereal Sea.
はい、すみません、ありがとうございます。つまり続くセリフにベーネスっぽい言い回しを入れるっていう形で対応してくれているということですね。
はい。
では次にこのブロックの最後のセリフを見ていきましょう。
Now let's look at this very last line here.
ここは、終末の経緯も思い出しているエメトセルクの言葉なので、このセリフも2つの意味を持っています。
Given that this is the Emet-Selch who knows the truth of the final days, this line actually has two meanings.
1つ目の意味は読んで字の通り。
The first is probably what you would immediately guess from reading it.
正解の最奥で全てを知っているハイデリンが待っているぞということです。
In the depths of the star, in the ethereal sea, Heidelin, who knows all, is waiting for you.
もう一つの意味、もう一つの星と命の沈む海底は 絶望のうちに死んだ生命たち、星の残骸が漂う宇宙のことです。
But the other part of the depths here is actually at the very end of the universe, where all of the fallen civilizations and their stars are resting.
その果てに、宇宙の果てに待っているのは、先行く星々が終わることに希望を求めたという真実です。
And the truth that awaits there is the truth of all of these stars that have fallen, the end of everything.
彼らの思いを引き受けてしまった終焉を歌う者が待っているぞということでした。
In other words, what awaits you there is the entity that has taken on all of these feelings from these dead worlds, the end singer.
だからまあ今回のストーリー、作っていく上ではやっぱり結末がしっかりある程度見えている状態、プロットが書き上がっている状態からテキストを起こしていくからこそ、その2つの意味をちゃんと一番最初のテキストに込められるっていうことだよね。
So yeah, because we are thinking about our story, we would build a plot line first before we actually do the deeper writing into it, and we already have this end in sight, and we have decided on how it would pan out. We were able to know ahead of time to make sure that we are incorporating that sort of twofold meaning.
だからまあ実際こういう注釈っていうのが細かくあればあるほどお互いの意思疎通ができてクオリティが上がるんだけど、注釈がないただの文章だけでやっぱり見てしまうと何のことを言ってるのかがやっぱりさっぱりわからないまま翻訳するっていうことになっちゃうので、とても重要ですねやっぱり。
And of course, with these notes, I think the more we provide context for the localization team, it clearly indicates the intention behind the writers, the main scenario writers, and it really kind of brushes up the quality. It makes it just so much better to have that sort of synergy. So, and plus, just looking at a set of like string of text, it makes it difficult to understand like where a person's coming from and what is being trying to be conveyed.
ちょうど今行月の始まりと終わりの話が出たので繋いじゃいますけど、行月は本当に前々から月に行くとは言ってたけど、まさか宇宙まで行くことになるとはっていう感じでしたね。
I mean, we're sort of talking about it now, going to the end of the universe and getting to this point, and really, it was a long journey.
そうですね。毎回ね、基調講演ファンフェスでこう話すときって大概ね、ここに行くぞって言ってからその先がみたいなのが毎回多いじゃない。アラミゴ行くぞって言って東も行ったりとか。
For sure, and it's interesting because with every keynote that we do, we would mention this is our next destination, this is where the next adventure is going to take place, and we actually have something else that's in store. For example, when we did Stormblood, we were talking about we're heading to Alamigo, but we actually were also going to the Hingashi realm as well.
だからレベル83ぐらいでもう月行ってるもんね。
And I mean, it was kind of early on, like level 83-ish, when we were already at the moon.
月行っちゃったらその先まで行くしかないって感じでしたもんね。
I mean, after we went to the moon, we were like, well, now we gotta go even further, I think.
この後どうするかね。マルチバースだって言っとけば大丈夫かな。
I mean, I don't know what we would do beyond here. Maybe we can all explain it away as like a multiverse or something.
みんなだって嫌でしょ、急に14がマルチバースになったら。
No, then we'd cause problems for everybody in the audience if we just were like, oh, it's a multiverse.
でもほら共造世界がもうすでにそんなようなもんだからさ。
But I mean, we have our different shards and the realms.
じゃあ冒険の舞台はまだまだいっぱいあるぞということで。
ありますね。
Well, in other words, we definitely have a lot of places our adventure can still take us.
Yep, for sure.
じゃあ、すいません、パネルの内容に戻りたいと思います。
はい。
Let's bring it back around a little bit.
さて、次はちょっとまた違う種類の注釈について。
All right, I'm going to talk about a different kind of annotation here.
全く別のところに書かれているセリフを踏襲していますよという内容で注釈を入れたところをいくつか紹介したいと思います。
And these are some sections where I had annotations to the effect of we are referencing a line from another place.
はい、じゃあさっきのナレーションに引き続きエメトセルクのところから。
So continuing on from our theme, we have some Emmet Selk here.
こちらはウルティマトゥーレに花をわさーっと咲かせた後に彼と別れる間際のやり取りになります。
So this is in Ultima Thule after all the flowers are blooming, and this is when you are saying your goodbyes.
注釈を入れていたのは後半の2つ。
Okay, so as far as the annotations, there are 2 for the end here.
これが何を踏襲していたかというと、
and about what?
四国の方ですねの第7話消えゆくハーデスの語りです。
So you may or may not remember, but the 7th Tales from the Shadows was about Hades.
秘話のこのハーデスの最後の語りはシェイクスピアのテンペストのエピローグから来ています。
And there is a very distinctive part in that short story that is very strongly referencing Shakespeare's The Tempest.
なので、行月のエメトセルクとの別れもその内容をちょっと踏まえた言い回しになっています。
And thus he is using a very theatrical and somewhat similar thought pattern here at the end of Endwalker.
エメトセルク周りにはちょいちょいシェイクスピアをお借りしてるんだけど、これには2つ理由があって、
actually, Emmett Selk tends to use a lot of Shakespearean ideas or references, and there's a couple reasons for that.
一つが松野康美さんが「リターン・トゥ・イバリーシ」の際につけた「ソルテイは演劇が好き」という設定があったから。
The first is the setting that was developed during Return to Ivalis, which is that the Solis family really enjoys theater.
あとは浩二さんが主題歌とかいろんな歌詞にシェイクスピアの表現を取り入れることが大好きなので、そこから決めました。
The other one is the fact that Koji in his song lyrics and whatever else he's doing just loves to reference Shakespeare, so it bled over into this.
ただそこは結構ケイトさん苦労してるらしいので、明日のパネルで戦ってください。
Yes, that does cause some trouble for the other translators, so we may speak about that at the panel tomorrow.
浩二シェイクスピア好きよね。
Yeah, Koji for sure likes Shakespeare a lot.
さっき楽屋で高校生の頃は嫌いだったからだけど、今は好きだからもっと勉強しとけばよかったなって思ってるって言ってました。
Yeah, we were talking in the break room earlier, and he said, no, actually in high school I hated Shakespeare, but now these days I've developed an appreciation, so I continue to study it.
はい、ということで、もう一つ、秘話を受けたセリフですという注釈を紹介したいと思います。
And then here's another reference to the short story.
こちらですね。ヒトルダイウスが語る当時のアゼムの、相変わらずなエピソード。
So yes, this is the very representative of Azem episode that Hythlodaeus is relaying.
こちらは漆黒秘話の第7話に登場したエピソードでした。
This also appeared in the 7th Tales from the Shadows.
ブドウのために火山に突撃する話だったんですけど、今日はもう皆さんもブドウを持っているんじゃないかと思います。
Yes, I mean, this was a tale of Azem going to great lengths, even to jumping into a volcano for some grapes. So be grateful for your own grapes that you have right now.
ちなみにローポリブドウ、結構開発チーム、みんながね、言ってくれるから開発チームでも結構人気になってまして。
Those grapes are actually really popular with the dev team as well.
アーティストさんが北米から持って帰ってきてほしい、トランクに詰めて持って帰ってきてほしいって言っていたので、ちょっと後で相談したいと思います。
なるほど。So some of the artists and other people would really like us to take some.
The stress balls, they were so well recreated.
Yeah, so they would like us to pack some up and bring them back in our suitcases apparently, so we're going to have a chat about that later. I fear for my life. Okay.
いやローポリブドウね、ローポリゴンのブドウはさ、特にね、海外のね、光の戦士の皆さんがね、面白いって言ってくれたから良かったようなものの。
Of course, those low poly grapes, I mean, I'm thankful that the players actually took it with a grain of salt. They had such wonderful humor and they realized, oh, this is cool, this is neat, and they picked it up they were curious about it.
本当はダメだから。
Yeah, that would probably be unacceptable from a game developer perspective.
光の戦士の皆さんがね、優しくてよかった。
I'm so glad that the Warriors of Light were so kind to that.
Thank you.
Thank you for thank you. じゃあブドウの話はちょっと置いておいて。
Alright, so setting the grapes aside for just a few minutes.
じゃあ続きもう一個秘話を受けているところをご紹介したいと思います。
Okay, just one more reference to a short story here.
こっちはここに今映っているのはウルティマツーレに旅立つ直前大繁盛商店の開店を待つ間にビッグスたちと雑談をするところです。
So this is the part before you depart for Ultima Thule, where you are speaking with Biggs and Wedge in front of Totaro's boutique.
彼らは天の果てに旅立つ光の戦士にこんなことを言っています。
And to the warrior of light who is about to set off on this journey across the universe, this is what they have to say.
で、さてこれに何て返しましょうか。
And what is this referring back to?
どっちにします？
Which would you choose?
まあどっちでもお好みでいいのですが、秘話を受けていたのが上の方。
It's fine to choose whatever dialogue option you like, but of course the top one is a reference.
これは、第8例祭の先でビッグス3世がグラハにかけられていた言葉と重なっています。
So these are actually the words of Grahatia during the 8th Umbral Calamity.
漆黒秘話の第8話ですね。
In the 8th Tales from the Shadows.
これはしれっと入れていたので多くの方が特に意識せずに選んだのではないかなと思います。
I feel like a lot of people probably chose this option not even realizing it was a reference.
意図せずに光の戦士が発した言葉がたまたま未来にビックスがかけられた言葉と同じだったという状況が生じることを私が見てにっこりするための仕掛けです。
Personally, I put this in there because it really entertained me, the thought of the warrior of light not knowing what they're doing, essentially saying the exact same thing that Graha would say in the future to a Biggs.
でせっかくグラハの話が出たのでちょっと続けてみると、
And since we are on the subject of Grahatia,
さっきのちょっと話題に出た漆黒秘話第8話といえば、ビッグスたちが夢や希望を星の輝きに例えていました。
So in that 8th short story, the Biggs and everybody are sort of likening dreams and hopes to the shining of the stars.
彼らと行動を共にしたグラハもその例えが好きな様子です。
And actually, Grahatia, who did work with them, also really likes that metaphor.
このセリフを筆頭に何度か使っています。
And that is used many times in his lines.
それを念頭に置きつつ、お次はグラハとある人物の対比について見ていきましょう。
So while we have that in mind, let's look into a contrasting pair that we made between Grahatia and another character.
こちらは行月の終盤、エーテルシュクタイルの改良を進める中で、X アダマントを開発したのはアモンだったんだという話をしているシーンです。
So this is getting towards the end when you need to ensure that the Aether burner will be working, and you find out that it was actually Amon that invented the refined adamantite.
X アダマントによって遠くの星に到達できるといいなという内容ですが、
So basically, of course, what Grahatia is expressing here is it would be great if we could use that same adamantite to reach the stars.
ここの星っていうのもやっぱり希望という意味がかけられています。
But for Grahatia, stars mean hope itself.
塔の開発者であるアモンが聞いたらめちゃくちゃ嫌がりそうですよね。
But you know, Amon, who invented this stuff, he probably really would not like that way of thinking.
彼とグラハは共にアラグ文明が残したものという立場でありながら正反対を向いてもいます。
Grahatia and Amon are in some ways both responsible for carrying Allagan culture into the future, right? But they have very different viewpoints.
なので対比させて書いているセリフも多くて、それについていくつか注釈を入れていました。
And for that reason, I wrote a lot of lines that sort of make them a contrasting pair, and I'd like to introduce a couple of them.
例えばこちら。
For instance, this one.
正解の最奥でアモンの魂と決着をつけた時のこと。
So this is in the Ethereal Sea when you have overcome the soul of Amon in your grand battle.
彼はヘルメスとしての記憶をこんな風に感じていると言っていました。
And this is what he has to say about his memories of his time as Hermes.
さて、これがグラハの何と対になっていたのかというと、こちらです。
Now, what Graha line can this be compared to?
吉田さん、動画の。
ああ、ごめんなさい。
We have a video.
じゃあここ
動画の。
もう真剣にクリックをあなたのこうセリフに合わせてやることに集中してたら動画だった次。
I was so fixated and concentrating on, okay, click next, click next. I forgot that this was going to be a video. Let us play back the video.
じゃあ動画お願いします。
Yours is a long road, my friend, and it stretches onto places beyond imagining. With your every step, these grand adventures shall grow more distant and faint. And there may come a day when you forget the faces and voices of those you have met along the way. On that day, I bid you remember this. That no matter how far your journey may take you, you stand where you stand by virtue of the road you walked to get there.
はい、ということでパチ5.3さんのグラハを起こしに行く際のモノローグでした。
This is of course Graha Tia's monologue in 5.3.
まあとてもいいシーンでしたね。僕も調整チェック中に何回か流されてるんでここ。
This was such a good scene. Every time I needed to review it during the producer-director checks, I always got teary-eyed.
5.3はちょうどコロナが世界的パンデミックになってきた時に制作していました。
Yeah, and 5.3 was exactly in the middle of the pandemic when we were trying to make this anyway.
なので残念ですね。吉田さんの泣いているシーンは見れなかった。
So I'm kind of disappointed because we weren't in the office and I couldn't see Yoshi P crying at this.
そうか。あれ、あの頃って在宅だった？
Were we already switched to work from home?
いや、私だって吉田さんが最初に在宅辞めて、私2番目なので、そんなに回らなかったと思うんですけど。
だからできるだけ会わないようにしてたのか。
そう。
So, I mean, Yoshi P, you went back to the office earlier than I did, and then I was second, so I think I just missed it.
I guess I was avoiding just running into people. That's what it is.
残念でしたね。見たかったですね。
Oh, what a shame. I wanted to see that.
いやいや、いいよ。もう3年
?3 年。
3 years ago now?
いやー、長早いものですね。
まあでも、あれね。
That was fast.
明けない夜はない。希望は必ずあるみたいな話だよね。3年経って今思うのはね。
But yeah, there is no night that will dawn to a new day. So yeah, I mean, even 3 years since then, it's still a very clear memory.
だって皆さんともね、またこうやって直接会えるようになったので。
And yeah, we were able to get over it, and we were able to come here and join together live in person.
いきますか、じゃあ次。
はい、じゃあ、
で、そこを改めて見るとってとこですね。
はい、改めて見てみます。
Alright, so Ted, let's take a look at these again together.
つまり、アモンもグラハもお互いに声も顔も思い出せなくなるような遠い記憶について話しています。
So both of them are talking about when the memories that you have become so far away and disconnected.
グラハ推奨校はそうやって記憶が薄れたとしても全ての出来事は今日のあなたに続いていると言っています。
However, Graha Tia, the Crystal Exarch, believes that even when your memories become faint and they start to become lost to you, all of the stuff that happened to you is still a part of you.
じゃあアモンは何と言っていたか。
But what about Amon?
さっきの彼の最後のシーンに戻ってみると、
if we return to his final scene here,
つながってるもんか畜生と言っているんですね。
he is very frustrated at the idea even that these old memories might still be connected.
2人の主張はどちらでも間違いではなくて、それぞれの視点から見て正しいものだと思います。
Neither of them are really mistaken. It's just that they're looking at this from very different perspectives.
ただ、アモンは関係ないって言ってるけれども、やっぱりヘルミスの記憶を知ったからこそ考えたこともあると私は思うんです。
But personally, I think that no matter how much Amon wants to believe that Hermes' memories are unrelated to what he's doing, they did in some way influence even this very thought pattern.
アーテリスに終末を引き起こす計画もそうじゃなかったらそもそも立てられなかったはずなので。
For instance, why would he have ended up wanting to destroy Theris if he hadn't had some sort of influence from those memories?
彼自身もそれを分かってないわけではないと思います。
I think even he understands that on some level.
こちらはサベネア島での独り言。
This is when Fandaniel is talking to himself in Thavnir.
こんな風に感じていながらも、でもこの心もこの判断も自分だけのものだと叫んでいたんだと思います。
This is while he was sort of feeling internally that he actually could not escape those memories, and he really still wants to assert, though, that he is an individual despite that.
ちなみにこの魂の性分という話もさっきの X アダマントのところでグラハが指摘しています。
This similar talk of souls that Fandaniel is doing actually does appear in Graha's speeches as well.
アモンにとってみては自分で言うのすら忌々しいのにグラハに指摘されるの尺だろうなって思います。
I mean, it's a bit weird of me to say this, but I really felt that this line of Graha's was moving.
はい、ということでアラグな2人の対比を見てみたんですけれども、
Okay, so we've looked at some of these comparisons between these two.
アラグ帝国の全容もいつか書いてみたいよねってたびたび話題に上がりますよね、吉田さん。
And honestly, you know, they're all really Alec related, and it makes me wonder, when are we going to get to learn the whole story of the Allegan Empire? Yoshida-san?
日本の光の戦士の間ではファイナルファンタジー14のストーリー上でなんか厄介なことがあると、大体アラグのせいっていうミームがあるんですよ。
So amongst the Japanese players, whenever there's some inconvenience or something that story-wise, there's some kind of snag that we hit, we have a tendency to lore or explain it away as, oh, it's probably those darned Allegan cultures or the Allegan old Allegan in the Allegan Empire.
なんか北米ではないんですかね、何かがあるとアラグのせいにすればいいみたいな、そういうミームみたいなのはないんですかね。
I'm wondering, are there memes in North America as well? Like we kind of blame it on the Allegans? Yeah. 結構あるみたいです。
結構ある。そうなんだ。いや、ファイナルファンタジー14通して至る所にアラグ帝国の痕跡があるじゃない。
So of course, yeah, when you look at different aspects within Final Fantasy XIV, you do see elements that kind of refer to like the remains of Allegan technology, Alleg, whatnot.
だからロアも含めて結構ちゃんとエピソード実はね作られてるところがめちゃくちゃ多いんだよね。
So we actually do have like different background stories, including some parts of the lore that have described those different episodes that relate to those elements, those Allegan elements.
だからいつかね、アラグがメインになるなんかね拡張はやりたいなみたいな気はあるんですよ。
And of course, I would love to eventually have an expansion pack that's kind of dedicated to delving deeper into the different sort of elements of the Allegan Empire.
みんな聞いた？みんな聞いた？今の覚えておいてね。
You heard that. You heard that. Remember that.
でもね、みんなね、 またアラグかって言うと思うんだよね。
But that said, I'm sure people will kind of think about, well, really the Allegan? We're going to talk about the Allegans again?
まあ、なっちゃんが書くんだったら考えてもいいよ。
But Natchan, if you're willing to write the story for this, I can definitely consider it.
私が後輩を育てた意味とは一体何だったのか。
Oh, I don't know about that.
まあでも私ね、最近ディープダンジョン、オルトレール化でアラグの話を書かせていただきました。
I mean, I did though. I did write some Allegan stuff in the most recent Deep Dungeon.
ストーリー自体はすごく短いんですけれども、クリアした後にちょっとボスの説明とかを聞くことができてですね、そこでアラグ側から見た見解ってどうだったのかなっていうのをちょっと垣間見ることができるので、まだの方はぜひ遊んでみてください。
And while the story for that was short, I did think after you beat the boss, you get a lot of explanation, and that's all Alleg from an Allegan's perspective. So I thought that was interesting, and you should check it out if you're interested.
まあでもアラグ帝国が全盛期だった時代に何が起こったのかっていうのはプレイヤーの皆様もなんとなくね、ロアブックも含めて断片的には知ってると思うんですけど、あれを全部つないだらね、めちゃくちゃ面白いと実は思ってるんで、まあ、何かしら考えたいなと思ってます。はい。
For sure, Eureka Orthos included the different aspects that we have been depicting about the Allegan Empire have been sort of explained like bits and pieces. You may have noticed some descriptions written in the lore book as well. And I feel that if we kind of string them together and kind of weave a story, it would come out to be a very interesting story.
まあね、ちょっとね、この話続けると未来の開発チームが困る気がするので、パネルに戻りましょうか。
Okay, if we continue on this train, the dev team is going to be in trouble. So let's return to our main subject.
さて、先ほどはグラハとアモンの対比にまつわる注釈を見ていたんですけれども、もう一対対比になっていますという注釈が入っている人たちがいました。
So we were talking before about these lines upon which I made notes about some contrast, but here is another pair of characters about which I made the note that they are contrasts.
彼、今度はアモンならぬヘルメスですね。
So in this case, not Ammon, but Hermes.
彼のすべてとも言えるこのセリフ。
And this really basically tells you all of Hermes' character, this particular line.
それと対になっていたのが、さて何だったのか。
So what sort of stands in contrast to this line?
じゃあここも動画でその答えを見てみることにしましょう。
Okay, let's check out that answer via a video. Can we play back the video, please?
どうぞ。
Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you and you alone.
はい、ということで対になっていたのはゼノスのセリフでした。
And that was Xenos.
あら、ゼノス人気高いな。
I'm surprised Xenos is popular amongst this crowd.
ゼノス好きな。
あらら。
Oh, maybe you like him.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
では今のは光の戦士がエルピスから帰った後、週末に見舞われたマグナグラケースで再会した時のセリフでした。
So this is when the Warrior of Light has returned from Elpis and has met everyone on the Magna Glaciers.
まあね、ゼノスといえば登場からずっと自分勝手で自己中心的な人物です。
Well, when I think about Xenos, I think about how from his very first appearance, he has always been focused solely on his own ends.
ただ悩めるヘルメスの後に見ると、これもある種の答え、強さなんだなっていうのを改めて感じます。
But when you sort of look back at Xenos after hearing Hermes' reflections, you see that perhaps this is one way to answer Hermes' question, and it is a strong answer in its own way.
まあね、この後これで周りをめちゃくちゃ怒らせるし、アリゼにボロックソに言われるんですけどね。
Of course, immediately after that, he gets told off by Alize, but
でもなんだろう、ここのそのヘルメスとそのゼノスのセリフの対比は多分プレイヤーの皆さんでもめちゃめちゃ気づいた人が多かったんじゃないかなと思います。
I do want to chime in here on this dialogue here with that contrast between Hermes and Xenos. I'm sure a lot of players have taken notice of this.
僕よくその日本だけじゃなくて全世界の光の戦士の皆さんのファンの皆さんのツイッターとか SNS 見て、まあ、どう解釈してるのかなっていうのをよくサーチするんですけど、ここはね多分一番多かった。
So yeah, sometimes I look on social media to see what kind of interpretations our Warriors of Light make on like Twitter or other social channels, and it was interesting because I did notice that a lot of fans have kind of noticed this contrast and they've pointed it out.
なんかこうそんな質問をね自分じゃないやつに答えを求めたってそんなもん誰かの理屈しか返ってこねえよってまあゼノスが言うわけじゃないあそこで。
So basically, Xenos is saying, well, you're trying to get answers from somebody that's not you, but that's somebody else's thinking.
なんかそれを逆にこうヘルメスにだからヘルメスはダメだったんだよって言ってる人が結構多くて。
So taking that in mind, people started to kind of point at Hermes, saying, well, that's why you didn't succeed because you didn't search for the answer yourself.
いいシーンだと思いましたここは。
But it was such a great scene here.
まあね、難しいですよね。でもゼノスの生き方も多分やり方によってはすごい強いけど、やっぱり周りを怒らせたり嫌われたり、アリゼが言ってた通り、だからお前はいつまでも一人なんだよってところだとは思うんですよね。
I mean, it's kind of difficult because yes, you can look at Xenos and how he lives as a very strong way to live. But also you have to think about what Alize said, and like, this is why people are angry at Xenos, this is why he's always alone.
そのあたりは皆さんにも何か考えてみてもらえればなと思って、ちょっと分かりやすいところにこれの対比を近い位置に置いていました。
So I put these two things together to really provoke you all to think about it.
でもなんかこうみんながみんなさ自分一人で答え出せるわけじゃないから。だからこそ誰かに頼りたくなるし、でもだからこそ仲間や友達がいるっていうのも事実だから、なんかどっちが正しくてどっちが間違ってるじゃ実はないんだよね。時と場合によるんだよねこれ。
And of course, there are people who try to search for the answer but are unable to, and so they might have to lean on somebody. But you know, and you had friends for that, and you have your support. So it's not about like what's right or what's wrong.
逆にヘルメスの方が人間臭いなと思うもんね。だから。
So in that aspect, I feel Hermes is more like very down to earth and human almost.
ちょうどなんかソケンさんも俺こんなハッピーな曲書いたことないよ 7.0 のオープニングってずっと他人に答えを求めてました。
Yes, even Soken, the legendary Soken, was just asking all of us, like, are you sure the song I wrote isn't too happy? Like, even he wants that support from around him.
みんなで大丈夫だからソケンさん大丈夫だからって言ってて、今日皆さんにウォーって言ってもらえたので、多分ソケンさんは答えを得たと思います。
But we all told him it was great, and you all cheered so much today, so we think he found his own answer there.
まあちなみに光の戦士の夏休みだから振り切っていこうって言って本当ね俺こんなハッピーな曲書いたことないって言いながら途中でギターギャーンって鳴ってるの分かりますよねでも。
And by the way, we were mentioning about how this is going to be like a summer vacation for our Warriors of Light. So we tried to swing all the way in that direction as possible. So while Soken was kind of whining about, well, I've never written a happy song like this, you know, you can hear the guitar, like just how happy the guitar is in that riff.
ちなみにね、最後の方シャウトがブワーって入ってますけど、誰がシャウトしてるか分かります？
Oh, and there was a section where there was like some kind of shouting in there. I want you all to guess who did the shouting in that song.
ああ、なるほど。本人の名誉のために黙っておこう。
Oh, actually, I'm going to keep it quiet because just to preserve his dignity.
でもね。
もう遅いよ。
Too late.
Too late?
It's too late.
Oh.
ホテルに戻ってね、もうオフィシャルに上がってるから見てね聞いてもらえばすぐわかる。
But once you return to your hotel rooms, the trailer should be up on YouTube. You can look it up and make sure to listen to and I'm sure you'll be able to tell who it is once you listen to it.
まあね、そんな風にソケンさんでも周りに答えを求めている日があるという、余談。これソケンさんには内緒ね。多分今聞いてないから。
So yeah, even Soken has those days where he's really looking for those answers. Maybe don't tell him that we told you all of this.
はい、ちょっとだいぶそれちゃったので、
はい、
ちょっとこっちのシーンの話に戻すんですけども、実はこのシーンですね、ゼノスの言葉を聞いた光の戦士が本当に珍しくゼノスに対して険しくない表情をしています。
So right, returning to this scene, you will notice that the Warrior of Light, in a very rare move, is not giving Xenos a very stern glare in response. This is a completely different reaction.
こういうハッとした表情ですね。
This is your look of surprise.
一方でゼノスはいつも通り自分の主張をベラベラしているだけなので、ハッとされていることに気づいてさえいない。
On the other hand, Xenos is just talking and going on the way he normally does, and it doesn't seem like he's even noticed the surprise reaction he's getting.
もしここで光の戦士がなんかいつもと違う反応しているなっていうことに気づいてこの会話を掘り下げていたら何か違う未来があったかもしれません。
I wonder if Xenos had noticed that the Warrior of Light was reacting in this way and had sort of dug into that a bit, if the ending would have been different.
とはいえゼノスだったら100回やっても100回気づかないんじゃないかなと私は思いますけど。
Though I also think that even if you did this 100 times in front of Xenos, he probably would not notice.
いや、なんかこうゼノスの言葉とかゼノスとプレイヤーの皆さんがこう相対した場合にプレイヤーの皆さんのキャラクターにどんな表情をさせようかとかどんな演技をさせようかっていうのはもう何年にもわたってめちゃくちゃ悩んできたポイントです実は。
So with these words being spoken, as well as that sort of facing the character and Warrior of Light, and the Warrior of Light is of course the players themselves. So it's always a challenge to kind of figure out how do we make the character react, like what kind of facial expression should we have and what kind of movement or mannerisms we would have to have our players take, and that has been a challenge for many years.
プレイヤーの皆さん14の場合は主人公はプレイヤーの皆さん自身そのキャラクターがやっぱり主人公なのでこうゼノスが大好きだって思う人もいればこいつはもう許せないです絶対に嫌いだっていう人もいるので
And again, because the player is the hero or the main protagonist of Final Fantasy XIV, and it is your character that is being depicted there. So, of course, we have people who love Xenos, and then those people who can't stand him, who can't forgive him for what he's done.
そうここをねバランス取るのがどっちとも取れるこう仕草をするとか表情をするっていうのでめちゃくちゃ調整してきた。
And just trying to strike a good balance to make sure that we're accommodating for those at both ends of the spectrum, we would really have to be careful to have the expression and the different sort of motions be interpreted in the appropriate way, or it can be like vague enough so that you can interpret it in the way you had imagined it. And so it's something that we're very careful about.
でもここのハッとするぐらいだったらね好きでも嫌いでも関係ないからね。
And so with this sort of look of bewilderment, I think you can take it in any way you can, I think.
そう、この歯の意味はあえて深くどうとも取らせないような塩梅をすごい調整して入れてもらったところですね。
Yeah, this expression of surprise is supposed to be very open to interpretation.
あれまあ 6.0 じゃなく 6.x シリーズでもねちょっと友っていうキーワードに反応する光の戦士のシーンがまああるんですけど、あそこも今回めちゃめちゃ調整したもん。パッドシーンもう。
Yeah, sorry, it goes beyond 6.0, but there is a scene in the 6.x patch series where Xenos would mention my friend, and you would have the Warrior of Light kind of react to that. But that was also a challenge for us to get the expression just right.
まあせっかくだからそのゼノスもずいぶん長く登場したキャラになったんで、少しなんかエピソードがあればゼノスについて話をします。もう機会がなさそうだから。
そうね。
You know, with Xenos being such a recurring character, and he's been around for a while at this point, like I wish there was an opportunity to kind of delve more into it. So you want to just dive into that?
そうですね。もう懐かしいもんねこのゼノス。
懐かしいもんな。
Oh, I look back fondly on this old Xenos.
ゼノス。
いや。
ありがとう、かっこいいって言ってくれた。
Thank you, he is cool.
ちなみになっちゃん個人としてはこうゼノスっていうキャラクターって身近にいたらよ割とありなのなしなのどっちなキャラですか？
So by the way, Natchan, if you personally would meet Xenos, like as somebody as like your acquaintance, like what is your sort of impression of him?
すべてのキャラクターはやっぱり自分が描く以上絶対自分に全く被らないものって出ないんですよ。
I mean, I think all characters, because I'm writing them, there's none of them that are going to be exactly the same as me.
だからその全く分かんないやつってことは絶対になくって、私はゼノスの気持ちも分かるし、ゼノスの主張っていうのも結構自分の主張と近いなって思うところがありはするんですけど。
Though at the same time, obviously it's coming from me, so a lot of my own thoughts and feelings are also reflected in there.
多分それが第三者として近くにいたら自己嫌悪とか同族嫌悪でどうだろうなってところ。
If it was more of a detached relationship and I met him, I'm really not sure how I would feel.
吉田さんゼノスで好きなシーンとかって何かありますか？
好きなシーンか。ゼノスの調整もめちゃくちゃ俺多分一番ゼノスもこだわったんだよな。
My favorite scene of Xenos? Like there were so many that, like when Xenos kind of challenges the warrior. Like, gosh, there's so many.
いっぱい作ったけど、まあやっぱ最後はあれかな。バリーンって出てくるところかな。最後 6.0 の終盤。
I think the one that comes to me at the top of my head is when he kind of breaks in towards the end of the 6.0 main scenario and just appears as we're leading into that end singer battle.
終焉を歌う者と戦う直前ですね。
This is pretty much right before we fight the end singer.
多分誰もがねあの局面で暁のメンバーも全員逃がしちゃってこれどうすんだろうって思ったはずなんですけど。
I'm sure everybody was wondering, wait, the Scions are just letting him go?
でそしたらガラスをぶち割るようなこう音がし始めて飛び出してくる神竜っていうところはまあなんだろう状況をめちゃくちゃな勢いでひっくり返すというか壊すみたいなところがやっぱりゼノスっぽいなとは思ってるんで、あそこは結構好きなシーンではある。
And so people are kind of wondering what's going to happen, and Xenos is in his dragon form at this point, and he just kind of breaks through like the speed of light even. And so I think it's just so characteristic of Xenos that he's able to kind of just break all logic and just appear, and it's very much like him to do that.
でもあそこのシーンはセリフ書くの相当苦労した場所でもあるでしょう。
But at the same time, I'm sure it was a challenge to write the dialogue there too, right?
何をどこまで説明するか、ゼノスが来た経緯っていうのをどこまで説明するかについては吉田さんとかなり綿密に打ち合わせをしました。
Yeah, actually, like the part we had a really hard time deciding, and that I had to talk to Yoshida-san a lot about, was how much to explain how he got here.
いきなりぶち破ってきてね、ずーっとさ、俺はなぜここに来れたかお前たちは分かるかっつってずーっと説明したら変だもんね、だってね。
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you wouldn't want to have him kind of break this barrier and then start explaining, do you know how I got through it here? And, start exposition.
そうだからちょっと説明不足気味ではあるし、あるんだけれども、
I mean, it is a little low on the explanation side for my taste, but
なんかゼノスの思いと思いが力になる世界っていうことであれば、光すら超えて俺は来たっていう、もうそれだけでもうゼノスはいいのかなって思ってました。
But then again, we are in a space where emotions are reality. And if you think about what Xenos is emotionally fixated on, it's not really surprising that he's like, oh, I rode the light of the stars here and now I'm here.
まあ現実のね世界には物理法則としてね、かの天才のアインシュタインが作ったね高速度不変の定理っていうのがあるんですけど。
We have the laws of physics, as discovered by Einstein.
ゼノス空間では思いが全てなので光すら追い抜くことがたやすかったぞっていう一言でもうあと済ませるっていうね。
But yeah, Xenos just kind of breaks that even logic and just he can surpass the speed of light.
でも、あそこもやっぱりこうさっきのゼノスが好きだって言ってくださる方ともうこいつなんてもう本当にうんざりだっていう人の両方でも局面はその竜の背に乗って戦うしかないので、ただお互いにパーティーを組んで共闘してるわけじゃないっていうのをどうやって演出しようかっていうので、あそこもめちゃくちゃ大変だった。
And I know we earlier touched upon those people who love Xenos, but then those who can't stand him. And we were very careful about taking into consideration both ends of the spectrum. So when we had kind of the Warrior of Light jump onto Shinryu or Xenos in his dragon form and fighting, it was a challenge for us to make sure that it doesn't look like they've kind of buddied up and got into a party and started fighting.
まあだから時のウォリアー・オブ・ライト光の戦士はもうゼノスの力なんか借りて戦うつもりはないけど、とりあえず終焉を歌う者を倒すために足場がないから仕方ないからもう足場として使おうっていう考え方だし。
So yeah, when we're looking at it from the Warrior of Light's perspective, he doesn't want to get Xenos' help, but then the only way he can reach Endslinger is to kind of utilize Xenos in his dragon form as his sort of platform.
まあゼノスはゼノスでね、お前と戦うために来たんだからさっさとあいつ倒せよって仕方ないな、俺がバトルフィールドやってやるよっていう。
And Xenos is Xenos. Xenos wants to just fight with his friend and have that sort of challenge match go on. So he just wants Warrior of Light to finish fighting and defeating the Endslinger. So fine, I'll be the platform on which you will fight.
でもそれってすごい大事で、そういう意味、そういう意図でやってるからこそ。ゼノスって他の星々がどう絶望してようが絶望しない。
It's possible, like that was very important, that sort of not quite friendly sort of one very determined perspective. It's possible because this is the perspective that Xenos is approaching it from, that he was completely invulnerable to the despair that everyone else was falling into.
結果的にだから勝てた。まあコンビと言っていいのかわからないけれども、嫌々ながらというか意図してない仲間ではない共闘がなかったら勝てなかったじゃないかなって私は思います。
It's possible if they had had more of a friendly relationship there, it would not have worked for defeating the Endsinger.
まあ一応それにまつわるセリフとしてはね、ベーネスのセリフにそのアゼムのクリスタルを持っていた元の持ち主はこう言っていたわよっていうセリフで、まあ、本当に やばいどうにもならない状況を打ち破るときはそのクリスタルで呼ばない何かがそれを打ち破ってくれるって言い残してたからそれにばっかり頼るんじゃないよ的な話があるんですけど、まあそれがまさにあのシーンだよね。
And there was additional dialogue that kind of supports that. It was spoken by Vana talking about the crystal of Azam and then the person who is the beholder of that. And she left the dialogue about how whenever, or to the effect of whenever there's when you're in a bad situation and the crystal would probably you would need to call forth something and it would break through, and so don't just depend on the crystal. Yeah, don't just depend on the crystal.
まあそれもまさに注釈が入っていたところでした。
I also made a note about that.
はい、ということで、まあ、ちょっと話が脱線だいぶしちゃいましたけれども、注釈の話に戻ってまいりましょう。
Okay, now that we've diverged again, let's go back to the annotations.
次は最後にですね、暁の仲間についての注釈、ルベユール家についての注釈を見ていきます。
So finally for this type, I would like to talk about some notes I made about the Leveilleurs.
まあ彼らがトードになるシーンではなくて、ガレマルドでのあるシーンをご覧いただきたいと思います。
This is not when they are toads, but this is when we're in Garlemald.
ではこちらも動画でご覧いただきましょう。
Okay, and so we do have a video for this one as well. If we can play that back.
Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be.
以上。ありがとうございます。Thank you。私もここ好きなシーンなんですけれども、ガレマルド編で喚起されたアルフィノとアイゼーが自分たちの考えを見つめ直すシーンでした。
As you just saw, this is during Garlemald when Alphino and Alice are taken prisoner and are sort of reflecting on their own ways of thinking.
こういうセリフだったわけですが、
these are the lines in question.
注釈を入れていたのがどこかというと、
and I put an annotation on this one.
この3つ目のセリフ、
the third one.
その中の日本語でかけがえのないものという言葉についてあるセリフを踏襲していますという注釈を入れていました。
So I had a note that this one particular phrase in the Japanese, かけがえのないもの, came from a previous line.
この言葉なんですけど、意味としては他のものが取って代わることができないようなとても大切なものという感じの意味です。
So this phrase かけがえのないものhas a meaning that is like there is no replacement for this thing and it's very important to me personally.
ただ見たところ英語には直接対応する表現がなさそうです。
So as you may notice, none of the words I just said are in the English.
何が起きているのか把握するために一旦注釈の内容を先に見てみましょう。
So to understand what is going on here, we need to take a look at the annotation.
かけがえのないものという言葉がキーワードとして出てきたのは大迷宮バハムートの物語でした。
Okay, so when the phrase かけがえのないもの was previously important was in the binding coil of Bahamut.
消えゆく結沢から孫たちへの願い、ここにかけがえのないものが使われていたんですね。
When Luisva is talking to his grandchildren about what he wishes for them, that is when he uses this phrase in Japanese, かけがえのないもの。
大迷宮バハムートを踏破してせよ、そうでないにせよ、双子は旅の中で成長してガレマルドに至る頃にはちゃんとこのルイゾワが願ったような人物に成長しています。
And what he was wishing for was for them to have growth on their journey, whether it was going through Coil or in the wider world. He wanted them to grow into stronger individuals, and at this point in Glamoured, they really have. They have gone on that journey just as Louis Waugh wished.
日本語ではかけがえのないものという言葉を重ねることでその意味合いを補強していたというわけです。
And in Japanese, the repetition of this phrase, kakegai no nai mono, is how we sort of call back so that you remember that this was something that came from Louis Waugh originally.
でも英語版ではそもそも元のバッハのセリフの方にかけがえのないものに対応する単語が使われていないようです。
But as you can see, even in the original line in English, in the Binding Coil of Bahamut, we did not have words like irreplaceable or precious thing.
日本語と英語では語彙が違うし、ふさわしい言い回しも違うので、当然こういうことが起きてしまう。
This is something that really frequently happens with such different languages as Japanese and English. When you want to convey the same sentiment, sometimes you have to use a completely different phrase.
さて困った。そこでどうしたのでしょうか。
But it sure is rough. So what exactly happened here?
ケイトさん教えてもらえますか。
はい。Kate, can you explain it? I shall. All right, so this is a bit of a two-part explanation. First, to explain why Louis Waugh's line is translated this way. As we sort of touched on, kakegai no naimono, literally it means irreplaceable thing, but in use it has this very strong connotation of something that's very important to me. Like it goes directly to your heart when you hear it. So we wanted Louis Waugh to have his own way of saying that, that would communicate the fact that this is something that will become very important to you personally and a part of who you are. And that's why we chose these words. Your hopes and dreams must no longer be an extension of mine. You must needs find a reason to fight for this realm, your own meaning in this sea of chaos. And then, if we go to Alice's line, you can see that some of his phrases do once again appear. She recognizes the same situation that Louis Waugh was referring to, that we are all in a sea of chaos searching for meaning. And that it can't just be an extension of another. It has to be something that's very deep and personal to you. And we also use a cheat that we sometimes use, which is when you want the literal meaning, but you also want to do this callback, and there's too much to fit into one line. We did extend this across Alice's arc, as you will see in Ishikawa-san's upcoming explanation. But for now, 次お願いします。And now you can just see, like, okay, so for this line in particular, we have those repeated expressions similar to the Japanese, and then in a later line of Alice's, we will bring it back to a slightly more literal interpretation and a more Alice-like interpretation to sort of finish this growth arc of hers. So, はい、それ。
Thank you, Kate さん。つまり別の言葉を重ねることでルイゾアの該当のセリフとの関係性を作ったというわけですね、はい、この辺りのローカライズチームの素晴らしい工夫は明日のローカライズパネルでも伺えるそうなのでぜひそちらもご覧ください。
If you'd like to hear a little bit more about the techniques we use when translating, you can come to the localization panel tomorrow.
ここでちょっと聞いてみたいんですけど、
Oh, I want to ask another question here.
突然ケイトさんと、
はい、
あなたあゆみさんにもなんですけど、今のってまさに日本語の曖昧さというか、そのかけがえのないものって我々よく使うんですよ。ゲームのシナリオとかキャラクターのセリフだとよく使うんですけど、英語にはそれに該当する言い方がないんですよね。
そうです。
全く。
So yeah, sorry, we're breaking out into more of a localization question here. We're curious to know from Kate and possibly from Aimee also, but then this sort of vagueness of Japanese and like a lot of implication happens within such short phrasing like kakegai no naimono. It is something that the Japanese writers tend to use a lot in like depicting how a character feels about something. And so yeah, there's no like one-to-one translation in English.
例えばシナリオをこう翻訳、カルチャライズしてきて日本人がよく使いそうなテキストでそれはだから英語にはないんだってこう思うなんか代表例みたいなの、もしくは僕の通訳をいつもあゆみさんしてもらってて、よしぴーそれよく言うけどそれ英語にないんだよっていうのなんかあったりします
So whenever we are writing the scenario and then we have the localization team kind of culturize it, so to speak, there are a lot of words that might not necessarily be like a succinct way of expressing it, like in one or two words. And same goes for translation and interpretations as well. So are there any sort of examples you can think of, like in your writing the English localization, like, this is so hard to kind of put it into like good words in the English.
Well, I think the one that comes to mind right at this moment is we were also talking about this earlier in the break room, but there's the Japanese phrase like yoroshiku onegai shimasu, right? Which means like, please, I would like you to treat me respectfully while we're about to do this thing, thanks. Like there's really no good translation in English, so you just kind of have to understand what the context is and go from there. なんかよろしくお願いしますみたいに、なんかその決まった表現がないから、まずはどの気持ちで言ってるかを分かってから翻訳しないと、なんかものすごく微妙な、なんか分かりにくい表現になってしまいます。
よろしくお願いします。
何をよろしくされるんだろうとか、
なんか私にちょっと親切にお願いしますけど、私からもなんかちゃんとやりますからみたいな。
で、頼みますからっていう意味で言ってるのかなであったり、like are we asking somebody to do something for us, or is it just a greeting, like これからもよろしくお願いしますっていうその今後のご挨拶だった場合には、but it's more like an anticipation of, well, what is to happen? Like, I leave it in your hands, but what are we leaving in our hands? Like, etc., etc.
So you really have to understand, like, the context within which the expression can be used, like often the many, many contexts, and also the feeling behind it in this particular context.
なのでその文脈をたどるときに結構いろいろなもちろん周りのそのコンテキストを拾いながらどういった意図で言われているのか、あとはどういった感情が乗っているのかっていうのがわからないとうまくその英語のワードチョイスっていうのができないっていうところがあります。英語で。I'm sorry. And so, no, that's what Keita さんが言ってたことを訳しただけ。
訳しました。So, like in this case, like if we had said, like they have kakegai no nai mono, and sure, the most literal translation of that is an irreplaceable thing. But if we'd had Louis Soir say, like, I need you to go out and find an irreplaceable thing, you wouldn't understand that what he meant is, I need you to find something that is so deeply personal to you that it is your meaning for continuing to grow, right? So that's why the sort of context framing is so important.
なので例えばルイゾワがアリゼやアルフィノに自分のかけがえのないものを探しに行きなさいっていうふうに彼にとってはもう孫たちにちゃんと自分の大事なものを探してこいっていうふうに日本語では伝わるんですけれども、英語で例えばフラットに取り替えられないものっていうのが大体、一番直訳するとそういった感情も何もなくなっちゃう英語になっちゃうので。探しに行きなさいって言われてもなんだろう、何か物を探しに行くのかしらみたいな印象を与えかねない。
日本語は確かに結構よろしくお願いしますもよく使うけど、なんとなくニュアンスでね、はいわかりました、じゃあよろしくお願いしますみたいな返し方するけど主語ないもんね、何にもね。
待って。みんな
That's true because
英語と日本語が混じりすぎてる。
Oh, that's okay. ごめんなさい、I'm confusing Ishikawa-san. I'm jumping in English and Japanese. But going back to that whole よろしくお願いします dialogue, it's just, come to think of it, the Japanese people are so used to using it almost like a greeting, like, okay, I leave it in your hands, okay, thank you, same to you. And so there's not really any sort of question behind it, but then if you look at it closely, subject is omitted, so you don't know whom you're talking to or what you're asking for. はい、ごめんなさい、混乱させる。
大丈夫。ちなみにあゆみさんはないの？よしぴーもうこれ言うのやめてみたいな。
Yoshida-san is still curious about what example Aimi comes up with.
He wants to know what exactly he should stop saying to not annoy her.
違う。そんなことないです。徳武は通訳しか脳がないので、これをどう言い換えようっていうのをむしろチャレンジに思ってるバカなので。なのでもう何でも投げてください。こっちで頑張って英語でなんとか伝わるだろうと思いながら考えます。
It's fine. Like we enjoy the challenge of doing this, so they don't need to change what they're doing. We'll just do our thing.
僕は優しさに助けられてるっていうことでした。はい。
Yoshi says, "Oh, I've been saved by their kindness. They've been helping me all along."
はいということでまたもや脇道にそれてしまいましたがそんな感じのローカライズ側の努力のあって、全世界に皆さんに同じものを伝え届けられるように努力しています。
So now that we've taken that long cul-de-sac, I hope you can understand a little bit of the effort that goes into making these understandable for all of our audiences.
とはいえ、ローカライズチームだけに頑張らせるわけにはいきません。
However, I can't just let the localization team have all the fun in trying to be clever.
ということで、別の工夫をしたところもあります。
So I do use a variety of strategies to enhance our narrative.
こちらは双子とフルシュナが和解するシーンなのですが、
So this is the scene with the twins and Fortuno.
こちらも日本語ではかけがえのないものを重ねることで大迷宮からバハムートから続くルビー・ルーケルの一連の物語であるようにしています。
And so I am bringing this full circle in Japanese by using the same phrase from the coil and from Alice's earlier monologue, かけがえのないもの。
同時に演技付けの参考としてこんな注釈を入れていました。
But also I left this annotation about the animation.
大迷宮バハムードのこのシーンのポーズと
If you look at this pose from Binding Coil
フルシュノが双子に取った動きが本人たちは意図してないけど同じになる
You can see that Fortuno is doing the exact same thing as his father did in this scene.
ちょっと待てよ戻して
Let us look at it again. There we go.
カメラ位置はね逆なんだけど
The positioning of the camera is like flipped around with where it's shooting from.
別にモーションを使い回すためにやってたわけじゃないんですよ。
I mean, it's not like you can't tell what's happening though, right?
これならね、言語によらず、どんな言語であっても2つのシーンにうっすらとつながりが感じられるといった次第です。
And so when you have this kind of visual parallel, it doesn't matter what language you're speaking, you can understand that there's a connection.
こうやって並べてみると、そんなに大きく変わったわけではないんですけど、アルフィノとアリゼ大きくなったなっていう気がしますね。
When you see them like this, like physically, of course, Alfino and Alice haven't gotten a lot taller, but you sure feel like they've grown.
そうねたびたびちょっとインタビューでも言ってるんですけどファイナルファンタジー14のね真の、主人公はプレイヤーの皆さん光の戦士なんですけど NPC 側の主人公としてこの2人をずっと足掛け10年描いてきているので、思い入れはめちゃくちゃ強いですよね。
For sure. And I've mentioned this in various interviews, but of course, the main character, the protagonist, the true protagonist is the player or our Warrior of Light in Final Fantasy XIV. But on the NPC side, I mean, we've been following these twins, the Livier twins, for over 10 years at this point.
俺もう50歳だからさこの2つの絵見てるだけでもう泣きそうだもんだって
I mean, maybe it's because I'm growing older. I'm 50 years old right now, but just looking at these scenes almost makes me want to cry.
これはでも俺チェックしてて気づいたよすぐ
But there was one thing that I did notice when I was checking this.
バレちゃった
こんなところから始まったね
覚えてます皆さんこの最初のキャリッジにいた2人
Do you remember this way back at the beginning in the carriage?
まだ注目されてないからねこの時
Yeah, those two weren't even highlighted back then.
でアルフィノ君がね
そしてこれだもん
クリスタルブレイブした後に
And then Alfino went real crazy with the Crystal Braves.
こちらのざまですよ
そうね
And then he got super depressed.
この挫折があったからこそアルフィノ君はここから非常にいい男に成長していくんじゃないかなと思います。
But because he's been through so much, I think he's going to grow into a really good man.
これちなみにこのさっきの1個スクリーン前って戻りますそう
あ、戻してみる？
これタタルさん黒幕説この頃ありましたよね。
あったあった。
Oh, there was this part with Tataru here.
Yeah, there were some rumors about her being the actual like mastermind behind everything.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
日本でも結構多かったんですよ。あれ絶対黒幕タタルだろうって。
Yeah, there were people who were speculating in Japan too, like she's actually the mastermind and the villain all along, kind of.
今でもワンチャンあるもんだ、だって。
I mean, we might still have a chance. I don't know.
暁が解散し、あの倉庫を手に入れたタタルさんはこれから世界の支配者になっていきます。
I would like it if Tataru would rule the world.
いやでもやっぱりその今回、まあ、ファイナルファンタジーって、まあ、大体がこうキャラクターがいてそのキャラクターの物語をこう疑似体験するみたいなものが多い中で 14MMO でもあるからこうプレイヤーの皆さん自身が、主人公なのでどうしても皆さんのキャラクターを勝手に成長させたりこう勝手にこう挫折させたりは難しいので本当に。まあそれでもね石ガルドに追い落とされたりとかはやってるんですけど、まあその代わりといってはなんですけどやっぱりこう
サンキューでしょった。
なんでこんなとこまで進んでんのこれ。
Oh no. Sorry, we didn't realize why did the
PowerPoint shenanigans.
アニメーション止めた動かしたからじゃないから、ね。オートスライドになってたんで。
Oh no, we might have put it onto auto or something like that. Sorry about that.
で。あれ訳してもらったっけ？
はい、まだです。So with Final Fantasy, we have like a character that takes you through the narrative of each of the different series title, and you oh gosh, why is it doing that? Sorry. In Final Fantasy.
あった。いいよ、そのまま続けて。
Okay, so you have like an established character in a Final Fantasy title, but with Final Fantasy 14, because we are an MMO, the player is what we had decided is the main character of this narrative, and so we can't let the Warrior of Light grow without the player kind of experiencing that sort of development. We can't have any sort of random disappointment. That doesn't make sense. So except for Heavensward, we were kind of chased out of Ul'dah and had to escape to Ishgard, of course, and then.
まあだからこそこう NPC 側のというか物語側の成長要素っていうのはこの2人でかなり強く描いてきたので、まあ僕からするともうなんかちょっと息子と娘感がちょっと古篠の立場感があるんで。
And so that's why we kind of used the NPCs as our sort of vehicle to carry on that sort of development and the character arc and kind of drove that narrative in that way. So with Alphino and Alize, they feel like son and daughter. I know we have Fortuno as their dad, but it almost feels like I am watching these kids grow up.
アリゼのセリフを最も書いてきたのって多分なっちゃんだよね。
I think Natchan, you're probably the person who's written the most lines of dialogue for Alize, right?
そうですね。バハムートの時代からなので多いと思いますよ。
Yeah, from a while back I started writing a lot of those.
だってそもそもレルムリボーンだとアリゼほぼバハムートでしか出てこないもんね。
That's true. Throughout A Realm Reborn, she kind of goes off and does her own thing, but she does appear in Binding Coil of Bahamut.
なんか思い出ありますアリゼのここすごい困ったなでもいいしここめっちゃ感情移入したなみたいな。
Can you remember any anecdotes, like stuff that you felt was a challenge, or like really memorable scenes of Alize?
困ることはないかな。割とアリゼもいつでもアリゼでいてくれるので、なんかあんまり迷った何を言わせるか迷ったみたいな印象はないです。
Honestly, I find Alize a very straightforward character to write, so I never really felt like I was deeply troubled having to write any of her lines or anything.
アルフィノってすごい分かりやすく言葉にしていろんなことを知りたがるんですけれども、暁に合流した後のアリゼもかなり積極的に世界とか周りのことを知ろうっていう意思があるんですね。
I mean, Alfino, as we know, is quick to explain exactly what he's thinking. But Alize as well, since the point where she joined the Scion, she's been quite assertive about doing what she feels is right.
だから何かが起きた時にどうしたのとかどうしてるのどうしてこうなったのとかあなたはどうしたいのっていうのを実はアリゼはすごく問いかけてくれるキャラクターだったりします。
So really, like this, Alize is an easy character to ask, like, what do you want to do? And she will give you an answer.
でそれを聞いてその上で私はこう思うからこうするわっていうことを言えるキャラクターである。
And when she hears opinions from others, she's very quick to say, like, okay, I've processed this, and now I've decided what I'm going to do.
なんかアリゼの成長ってアルフィのほどは分かりやすくないんですけどやっぱり最初のおじいさんのことを聞いたら思い込みで突っ走って怒っていたっていう頃から比べるとそういうところがすごく素敵な女性になったなって思います。
Alice's character development might be a little bit harder to identify than Alfino's, but in her case, I think compared to the original when she was only listening to her grandfather's words, as compared to now when she's taken in so much and come to her own conclusions, I think you can really see that she's grown into a young woman here.
まあ確かにアリゼは逆にその大迷宮バハムートのシナリオに入るまではもうなんかずっとイライラしっぱなしだもんね。
For sure, yeah. Before we go into the story that's depicted throughout the Binding Coil of Bahamut, she was always kind of irritated.
だからアルフィノがクリスタルブレイブってやってからこうなったように、アリゼにとっては大迷宮バハムートでの真相がその成長させる多分最大のきっかけだったんだよねあれ。
And so we had Alphino and his experience with trying to put together the Crystal Brave, and then that scene happened. I think in a similar way, Alize's arc in Coil kind of shows, and after finding out the truth, once we get to the deepest Coil, and I think that was the catalyst of her kind of character growth.
最近合流された方はなかなか昔のレイドって遊ぶ機会がないと思うんですけれども、そんなことで行月とかアルフィナリゼの成長とも大きく関わっているのでよければまだ遊んでない方は大迷宮バハムート遊んでみてください。
Yeah, I think maybe a lot of our new folks don't have opportunities to play our older raids as much. But if you at all can, I do recommend that you check out Coil because it is so important to these characters and the story.
ただね、昔最初に作ったレイドだからちょっと変なところでカットシーン入るの。
Okay, but it is like the first raid we made, so the cutscenes come in at really weird times sometimes.
ごめんなさいね、あれね、開発チームも今だったらあんなことしないんですけど、もう当時何も分かってなくて、みんなでじゃあここに入れるかって言って入れちゃったので、攻略の邪魔になっていたら本当にごめんなさい。
Sorry about that. Like the team of today wouldn't do that, but back then we were just sort of like, yeah, adding it here might be nice, and then it was like a huge impediment to your progress. So sorry about that.
あれノーマルもハードもないからさ。
Oh, and plus we don't have the normal versus extreme or savage mode either.
正直ね綺麗に作り直したいぐらいだよねあれね。
I would love to kind of revisit it and remake it if at all possible.
やりましょうか。大迷宮バハムート回収。
Binding Coil of Bahamut returns.
ボスのギミックめちゃくちゃだもんだって。
But the mechanics of the boss fights, it's all over the place.
だってヘビにスライム食べさせるのに車同士で俺コラプスって走ってたもんだって。
I mean, you were trying to feed the slimes to the snake, and then I was playing as a black mage, and I was shooting at it and trying to get it to work. And
あとあれですよ。ミノタウルス連れて歩くのにブリザード打って足遅くしてそしたら他のプレイヤーの人に黒魔導士さん召喚使えないんですかって言われたし。
And then there's a part where we have to kind of take the Minotaur and kind of bring them. And so I was trying to cast Blizzard, and then another player chimed in and said, "Can you be a summoner, please? Can you not summon, please? Can you not summon?"
いやいろいろありましたね。
ありましたね。
So So much has happened. Ooh, it's
ま
been a
あ
while.
そろそろコーナー終盤ですけど、まあなんかそれこそ申請からこう行月まで振り返って、まあアルフィのアリゼだけじゃなくて、なんかここ思い出に残ってるなとか、今せっかくだから振り返っておきたいなとか、ストーリーで面白いエピソードあったよとかありますか？
So just wanted to kind of reflect once more because we are kind of nearing the end of the panel. Was there any other sort of memories that you had, something that you wanted to talk about regarding the story up to this point?
皆さんにちょっと断っておきたいんですけど、私たちのこのパネル、他のリハーサルが押して一切リハーサルしてないので、この質問今初。
Just so you know, we didn't actually have time to rehearse this panel in full, so this is the first time I'm hearing this question.
だってあとまだ20分あるんだもん。
We still have 20 minutes left.
広すぎて難しいですね、その質問は。
And that's like a really difficult question, actually.
だけどやっぱり今一番何かその印象深いというか、もし直せるなら直したいと思っているのがマージでバハムートのカットシーンの位置。
Really though, the Bahamut haunts me, and I'd really like to redo those cutscenes.
まあ確かにね、我々の作り方も慣れてなかったし、スケジュールもめちゃくちゃだったし。
Yeah, we were still very inexperienced at that point, and I mean our schedules were also kind of all over the place too.
そうなんだよな、カットシーンもまだまだこうテクニックがね発達してないから苦労の連続だったんだよね。
Yeah, and we were still unexperienced with the different techniques that we could apply to give these cutscenes like a cinematic presentation. So yeah, it was quite a challenge to get through that.
でもそのね、やっぱりそのカットシーンとかの弁もそうなんですけど、申請の頃ってやっぱり MMO にストーリーって必要なのかっていうのがスタッフの中にもやっぱり気持ちとしてありました。
I mean, so learning how to make cutscenes is one thing, but to be honest, back in the A Realm Reborn days, you know, that was the period of MMOs where it still wasn't clear like whether it was okay for MMOs to have stories or if that was something we should be focused on, and that was a discussion within the development team as well.
で、その時吉田さんがチームに打ち出した方針として、これはファイナルファンタジーなんだから世界だけは救ってもらおうっていうのを最初に打ち出した。
It was actually Yoshi P who came and said, "Look, it's a Final Fantasy game. We at least need to save the world."
だから私はスタッフの一人としてその言葉を道しるべにして、何度でも世界、時にはその一つの国だったり地域だったり、本当に世界だったり星だったりもしましたけど、を毎度毎度救ってきました。
So I guess those words have kind of been my guiding star, and so I've had us save nations and the whole world and the whole universe.
それを今こうやって皆さんが声を上げてくださっているように、皆さんが面白かったよって返してくれたから、スタッフの中にもこれでいいんだ、ストーリーあっていいんだっていう自信が持てたんだと思います。
And I also think that because we had such reactions, just like you guys today with your cheering, but because we had such positive reactions from the fans about the story, that really gave us confidence that, okay, it is okay to focus on the story.
まあでも確かに当時はまだ9番があって ARR リリースする前だから、本当にこうね MMO に詳しければ詳しいほどこのストーリーだって言ってる部分がプレイヤーのむしろ邪魔をしちゃうんじゃないかっていう疑心暗鬼にやっぱりなっちゃう。詳しければ詳しいほどなる人もやっぱりいなかったわけじゃないので、でもそここそが14がユニークで、もっともっとたくさんの人に MMO を遊んでもらう鍵になるから、もうそういうところこそこだわるんだっていう話をして、それをね本当みんなで叶えてきてくれたかなと思います。
For sure, yeah. At the time, we still had the original Final Fantasy 1.0, and then we were right before ARR. So when we listened to some of our development team members, and especially those who are more well versed in MMOs at the time, would mention about, hey, I don't know if it's a good idea to have a story because it might actually hinder the player's progression in the game. But thankfully, we pushed through with that sort of story-driven concept, and I think that's how we were able to make our title so unique. It allowed for us to open it up so that more people can come in, and it was really key for them to kind of enjoy it. So we were really particular about trying to get that down. So I feel like the team really came together, and we were able to make that a reality.
Ah, ありがとうございます。
Oh, thank you. You were too kind.
だから本当にこの場を借りて言いたいことがあるとしたら、皆さんに本当にありがとうございました。私たちがこんなにちゃんとストーリーを書いてこられたのは、自分たちが書いてきたってこと以上に、書いてきたことに対してリアクションをしてきてくれたからだと思っています。
So yeah, I mean, if there is just one thing I want to say while I have the mic today, it's that I really, really appreciate all of you, because it was only because you were reacting to it that we were able to continue writing this story. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
まあ14はね、ずっと言ってきてますけど、皆さんと一緒に作っていくファイナルファンタジーなので、ぜひねこれからもよろしくお願いします。アンエンディングジャーニーなんで、はい。
And as I've mentioned many times before, and I still stand by it, Final Fantasy XIV is something that we build together, and so I would love to continue to work with you and to continue with this game. As you mentioned, unending journey this story is. So.
はい、ということでなんかまるで終わってしまったかのような感じですけれども、今回のパネルもそろそろ締めていきたいと思います。
All right, and with that, I'd like to bring this panel to a close.
Oh, not fully closed.
but one more thing.
でね、今回ご紹介したところ以外にも、行月にはいろんなデュナミスのように目に見えない要素が隠されています。
So as you can tell from this, there's a lot of things in Endwalker that you cannot see, much like Dynamis.
いつかまたね、物語に触れることがあれば、そういうのを探していただくのもいいかもしれません。
So next time you take a look at the story, maybe consider the things that aren't immediately apparent and see what connections and interesting points you can find.
ただ、現実でだって真実とか真意っていうのはなかなかつかめないものです。
But even in our real world, perhaps there's never just one truth.
どんな意図で書かれているかではなくて、皆さんが見て、聞いて、感じて、考えたものがエンドウォーカーです。
Rather than just something I wrote to be the way that I wanted, Endwalker is truly what you all see, hear, feel, and think.
そして一つの物語が終わったからには新しい物語が始まっていきます。
And now, since we've reached the end of Endwalker, I would like to mention we are starting a new story.
今日本語で言うと新世代かな。新世代が中心になって一生懸命このトラル大陸での旅を制作しています。
And it is actually my colleagues, the new generation of writers that will be writing this story in Tural.
さて、僕も見てはいますけど、よりね、監修役として、めちゃめちゃ見ている、チェックをし、そんななっちゃんから見ていかがですか 7.0
Yes, and of course, as producer director, I do look at the content and make sure and check. But I think Natchan has a more direct role in kind of supervising how the writing is done. So Natchan, can you give us your thoughts on the progress so far?
まさしく新しい冒険って感じで大変だけど楽しいです。
It really does feel like a brand new adventure to me. There are certainly a lot of trials and tribulations, but it is exciting.
みんなの準備を整えて地図を渡してさあ行ってきなさいって言うと背中を押すとあっちでドカーンこっちでドカーンわーキャーってすごい惨状。
It's sort of like I've given them a map and been like, go, and then they're running around like, oh hey, oh hey.
で、まあ、しょうがない、わーってなって見かねて手を貸したり誘導するんですけれども、
and of course, I will absolutely lend them a hand and reach out to give them help where I can.
それを繰り返してるうちにね、なるほど、分かってきましたって言って力強く走り出す瞬間が出てくるんですね。
And through the process of doing that, with that exchange between us, we do eventually arrive at a point where everyone's like, oh, I know what to do, and they run straight for the end line.
それがね、すごく頼もしいし、14の次の10年も楽しくなるだろうなって思っています。
It's really great that we have this experience together, and I do think it bodes well for the next 10 years of Final Fantasy XIV.
まあね、そんな気持ちを多分本人たちが自分で言うのはちょっと照れるだろうから浩二さんと一緒に今日公開されたトレーラーのですね主題歌に歌詞として込めてみました。
It's probably a little bit embarrassing for them to like talk about it themselves, but you know the reaction from the trailer and everything, yeah, they'll be happy to see that.
ということでね、ソケンさんが周りに答えを求めながら頑張って作ったトレーラーの曲を聴きながら次の情報公開や発売を楽しみにお待ちいただければと思います。
Also, you might want to note that from the trailer, I worked on that with Koji, and I am really looking forward to this new journey with all of you.
まあ本当にね、僕自身も今回、ガラッとね夏休みって言ってるからですけどいろんな新しいことやってるんで楽しいです。
Yeah, I also wanted to touch upon this, as you can see, is quite a departure from what we've been doing and this whole theme of summer vacation. And it's just, we've been doing a lot of new things on our end.
なのでしっかり作っていきますんで、ぜひね、次なる新しい冒険も楽しみにお待ちください。
And so we will continue to work hard to continue production, and so I hope you look forward to it.
よし、じゃあクローズするので、長かったけど、ご挨拶を一人ずつ、ケイトさんからまずお願いします。
So let's, we will be closing out the panel. So before we do that, let's go ahead and have each person go through and provide some final thoughts. Kate, can you go first, please?
Yes, hello. Well, I enjoyed being up here, and I really enjoyed all of your reactions. I appreciate your patience as I sort of pause to remember what words are several times. So thank you all. I really hope you enjoyed it. And also just a big thanks to Ishikawa-san for always writing those annotations. Really, we would be in a much worse spot if she didn't do that. So, いつもメモとか解釈とかいろいろ伝えてくださってありがとうございます。ロカイズとして助かります。
じゃああゆみさんも一言お願いします。
Hi. So thank you guys for listening in. I'm afraid I didn't remember all of the Japanese versus the English dialogue in some parts, so apologies if it kind of didn't make sense at certain points. But yeah, it's very interesting to see Natchan and Keito-san being very collaborative in their work and just how much effort goes into creating the narrative so that it's understandable to any in any language. So yeah, thank you again for having me here.
ありがとうございます。 ではなっちゃんお願いします。
はいまずは長時間にわたりありがとうございました。
So thank you for staying with us for this whole long time.
マジでね、みんな 7.0 の情報を知りたい時期だっていうのにこんな振り返りでね、しかも文字いっぱいでね、なんか申し訳ないんじゃないかなってちょっと思ってたんですけれども。
I was a little worried because I thought, this is when everyone wants to hear about 7.0, and instead I'm going to talk about 6.0, and I'm also just going to slap a lot of words everywhere.
みんなのそういう温かい反応でどうにか最後まで話し切ることができました。
But because you were all so kind, I really felt encouraged and able to continue all the way to the end of this presentation.
Thank you!
はい、では長時間となりましたが、開発パネル本当に長時間ありがとうございました。
Okay, so thank you so much for your patience during this long development panel. Thank you. This concludes the show or the panel.
Unless Matt's coming out here.
Unless Matt's hey,
Matt's coming out here.
Yay!
Matt's here. One more round of applause for our panelists, please.
さて。下がりましょう。
はい。
All right. Oh. Alrighty, we will be back here on the stage at 5 p.m. for our Glamoured to Life cosplay walk, so make sure you're here for that. We have some amazing cosplays in store, and I know you all will love to see all the amazing work and talent that's on display. So we'll see you here in about an hour, all right? Take care, everybody.
Come on, Popoto. Let's show everyone some Eorzean ether aerobics. First, let's get a good stretch. Raise your arms up high for a nice shoulder stretch. Now spread your arms to open up your chest and back. One more time. Make large arcs with your arm from side to side. You should feel a stretch in your sides. Now with your other arm. Point towards a faraway destination. Ragnarok, engage. Kneel down, extend your arms and spread your hands like you're showing off a friend's outfit. Switch legs and show off the other side. Now it's time for a new high score. Wind up your arm and punch. Give him another one with the other arm. Here comes Shiva. Strike your favorite pose and freeze in place. Let's pick up the pace with the Yol dance. Flap your elbows and do little hops from leg to leg. Build up fighting spirit with the sun dance. Move your body as you stomp your foot. Now for some squats. Can you keep up with Popoto? Susano's here. Prevent his blade from striking the party. Plant your legs and push back. One more time. Stand firm and push back. You've done well, but can you keep up with the Mandervilles? Swing your arms as you rock your body back and forth. A full body exercise is the key to staying gentlemanly. Let's wrap up with deep breathing. Breathe in, breathe out. Great work! Now get out there and show them what you've got.
Welcome and well met, my brave little spark. How long you've wandered, burned bright as a star. Oh, I have awaited you patiently all this time. Past every fate, now sing with me. Why each drop a blessing from heavens above. And how, as time flowed on those waters, became one. Streams, rivers, and lakes reaching for the horizon, and far beyond they carry onward, however changed with each brief reflection, by setting sun, by storm's wake, till welcomed home to gentle sea. Sinking deeper and deeper in calm embrace, loving tides sweep in and bear you down. Should you meet us all rising surface face, with your unbeating heart wish them well. Deep, dark, far away, we have heard your voice with your every choice. Now our hands join round the meaning you sought. I'll catch your tears, clench your hands with joy, till you never shore, where time all shall as hope be reborn. Like broken angels, wingless cast from heaven's gates. We only fly when falling, falling far from grace. Our lives a message in our bottle cast to sea. There is our candles burn until we're free. In monochrome melodies, our tunes are faded in red. Keep inside, we're nothing more than sons and sinners in the rain. Night and darkness burn. Yes, time circles
All right, good evening, everyone. Good, you're all still energetic. That's good, that's good. Well, it is time for our Glamoured to Life cosplay walk. We have an amazing array of people dressed up and ready to walk the stage. This is going to be kind of a fashion show, high energy. We're playing some music. I want you guys to hype everybody up. It's going to be a good time. So, without further ado, please help me welcome to the stage our two hosts, Aya Montoya and Danielle Graff. Come on out. All right, take it away.
All right, thanks, Matt. All right, welcome back to the Fan Festival stage, everybody. My name is Sai Seekerway, and joining me is my illustrious co-host. Yes. And so today, what do we got for everybody, Okiomi?
Today we are going to be doing our Glamour to Wife showcase. This is going to be celebrating the creativity and passion within the Final Fantasy XIV community, and we have a lot of cosplayers lined up.
Yup. And we wanted to make this part clear that we usually do our contests and everything, but this time we wanted to go ahead and celebrate the craft itself by showcasing as many cosplayers as we can. So that being said, let's hop right to it, shall we?
Let's hop.
Let's go. All right, and here we have our first contestants. Let's get this moving. Wow! What's going on here?
We got a pack of machinists!
All right.
Fabulous.
And we have our next contestant. Awesome. And next up, we have a very lovely couple moving up to the stage. They pop sprint! They pop sprint! Oh! Yeah! Awesome. Okay, and next up we have our two next contestants. Please make your way down to the stage. Oh, and looks like we got a sassy Otsu on the way. Awesome. Ooh, and now next up, Punches and Bunches. Welcome our monk. Next up, it looks like we got some crowd favorites. Let's make some noise, everybody. gonna keep it moving. Awesome.
What a trio walking up now.
And an illustrious dancer makes her way to the stage. All right, and if I'm not mistaken, is that Yoshida's Lalafell? All right, and then next up we have Gaia making her way down.
What a walk.
All right, and now we have a Gaia and a Ring making their way. This looks like a tank and healer duo. I bet they get instant cues. And it looks like we have a Mikote making their way down. We have our next contestants. Very cute.
Amazing Lalafell performance.
Okay, and it looks like we have another set of contestants making their way down the stage. It's Grahatia and a red mage. And next up, we're gonna keep it going with our next contestant, another Warrior of Light. Let's go.
A fine Mikote glamour indeed.
All right, and next up we have Alize. Make some noise, everybody. And we're gonna keep the party jumping as another Lapra makes their way to the stage.
Such a good bunny flop.
All right, and then let's make some noise for our red mage making his way down. Okay, let's get our next group of contestants up here. All right. Oh, and Lord Ian makes his way to the stage. And next up, we got an amazing set of Garo armor on display. All right, and let's keep it going with our next contestants. All right, and let's get Zero and our other entrant on the way to the stage. All right, and let's get it going with our next party. Moving on up.
Oh my.
Awesome, and now, look out, it's Emmett Selk and the Crystal Exarch. Awesome, and it looks like we have a Mikote making her way onto the stage. All right, let's get our next party up here. get our next entrant up here. Cute, and she has the puffers too. Ooh, and it looks like we're bringing things to pandemonium with our next party. All right, and Nauthica making her way to the stage. Ooh, time to bring in the heavy artillery with this machinist coming up. Okay, and now we have a gunbreaker making their way onto the stage. All right, let's get our next party down to the stage. Okay, and now Kryle's making their way down. Whoa, and a couple of Loperids making their way too. Oh, and it looks like we have the Warrior of Light, Shiva, Omega, and Athena. These bosses coming up onto the stage. Okay. And it looks like we have a Viera Gunbreaker making his way through. Ooh, along with the rest of his party. All right, and then our next contestant's coming up. All right, and now make some noise for our patron deity, Azima. right, and now coming up to the stage, we got Zero. Next up, we have our next party making their way down to the stage. Make some noise, everybody. All right, now make some noise for Uriange. All right. And next up, we have the Warrior of Light along with Grahatia. All right, let's get our next entrant up here, please, and thank you. Another Warrior of Light making their way down. All right. And then we have Reen and Gaia making their way. Awesome. Now, next up, we have a Black Mage Vieira making their way to the stage. Okay, now we're switching things up to a crafter being up here. Let's make some noise, everybody. All right, now we have... Is that Reen and Gaia in Fat Cat pajamas? All right, and now we have, ooh. patched out, but here they are back with a vengeance. And now making their way down to the stage. What's this? A miner? Now we have a warrior of light making their way onto the stage. All right, and let's have our next entrant down to the stage. All right, wow. Is that a Heidelin? Like we have a red mage making their way down to the stage. And next up, it appears we have a white mage on deck. Let's get him onto the stage, shall we? All right, now we have Thancred Waters. All right, and now it looks like we have a Vieira White Mage making their way down. All right, now let's get our next entrant up on the stage. All right, now let's give some love to the blue mage along with let's go crafting. looks like, what's this? The Scions and a Sprout? All right, now we have our next contestants moving on up to the stage. Please make your way over, Estinian. Alice, Grahatia. Looks like we have our next group of entrants coming up to the stage. And up next is another party coming up. Let's get our next entrance up here. Amazing Dark Knight. Ooh. What's this? Oh no. All right, now let's bring up our next entrance, please. Melius making her way onto the stage. Looks like a warrior of light is making their way onto the stage. Make some noise, everybody. seconds to figure it out. And now we have a Vieira making their way onto the stage. All right, now let's get this paladin onto the stage. All right, and now we have our next entrant. And let's bring in our next duo, shall we? For Rain showing up. Oh, and Thancred. And Y'shtola. All right, and now making their way onto the stage, our next group. All right, and it looks like Athena is making their way onto the stage. Now our next party makes their way down as well. All right, and now our next party. All right, and now for our next party making their way up. All right. Oh my goodness. All right, and it looks like, what's this? Halone, along with the Warrior of Light? Next up, we have our next party. All right, now let's get our next entrance up here. Okay. Ooh. And it looks like we have an amazing group coming up. And now, please, make some noise for Grahatia. And now for our next group. Make some noise, everybody. Bring up this amazing Dragoon Vieira. And for our next Warrior of Light, make some noise. And now we have a beautiful Mikote making their way down to the stage. for the next entrance. And now let's make some noise for our next entrance. This amazing duo to make their way down to the stage. And now a Moogle running down to the stage. Awesome. Now let's get our next entrant over to the stage. All right, and it's now time for this dancer for them to show us their stuff. All right, and now we have another warrior of light to make their way down to the stage. Next up, we have a white mage. And now let's get our next entrance up here. And now a Mikote is making their way down to the stage as well. And with that, it seems all our entrants have made it across the stage. Okiomi, why don't you join me back onto the middle of the stage? Or actually, I think there might be somebody else. Hi, Matt.
Hey. My costume isn't as nice as everybody else's, but I'm dressed as a community manager. We're doing our best here. Let's give one more huge round of applause for everyone. These costumes were amazing. That was extremely hype. That was a great way to cap off our final stage event ahead of our piano concert, and a great way for us to say goodbye to our live stream viewers at home. We hope that you've enjoyed the show. We hope you go into your evening, your day, wherever you are in the world, as excited as we all are here. We hope to see you again tomorrow at 10 a.m., bright and early. Make sure you get enough rest for the Letter from the Producer Live. But for everyone else here, stay tuned, because in an hour, we'll be hosting our piano concert performed by Keiko. All right. Thank you all so much. We'll see you back here in an hour, and take care to everybody on the live stream. Have a good night.